Ah, yo, what up? What up? What up? Why does it look like I have a man bun right now? What the fuck is going on, dude? Ah, coming at you with your daily dose of dog ass. What up, Aladdin? What up, Matrix? Hello to Wagon as well. Oh, this Aoi Redeemer a showing up thing, as well as Ruben and RM. Oh, what up, Cool Jams? And Insa, what's up? The dog trying to commit insurance fraud? Nah, just tax fraud. Dude, for some reason, I woke up today. It's just like one of those random days that happen when you're like above 30, and I'm just like sore for no reason. Like, I just have like I feel like I got punched in my ribs. So, I don't know what that's about, but we out here. Also, I don't know why it looks so pink. What the fuck is going on there? Is it a light thing? Whatever. Oh, the games of Tom versus Swed were intense. All the games were pretty intense today. To be honest, I don't know if it was just like a like me being tired thing or something, but I kind of faded in the DLC game. I was like it was kind of that time in the DLC where like everyone's just like been running for a while. Everyone has all the map and they're just kind of picking squares that kind of like random, and I just didn't write anything for like 20 minutes because I was just kind of like, I don't know. They went for this, like that works, I guess. Like so little to say about that point in the DLC, but um I did make plenty of notes. They were very close games, certainly. But yeah, something about that DLC game of Swed versus Tom, just like, I don't know. It didn't captivate my bingo brain the way that happens a lot of the time. But anyway, still have all the notes. We're gonna run through all of them. This is probably my longest set of notes that I've had for any of the days. To no big surprise, this seemed like it was gonna be like the most intense matches so far, at least as far as like one day is concerned. So big stuff, and we're gonna get basically right on into it. All right. Buttons. Here we go. Jumping into the first game. Let's see. There was something that I really liked from Irony. Let me turn off the commentary. Oh, I guess you guys can probably still hear it. I'm just gonna turn. Yeah. How much time do we need to get ahead a couple minutes, basically, while they do their opening run? So Irony starts off with like, I believe this weapon is not quite wieldable, but close. Didn't start with a rune, so maybe it was like -4 or something. But like, because of not starting with a wieldable weapon, I don't know what their other options were. I could go back and look at it, I guess. But the note that I made was that like, if you have to go get money before you wield your weapon first, and you're interested in the +0 squares, like these guys right here. If you're interested in those squares and you can't wield your weapon off the rip, it's a really good idea to split between the two, so that like whatever, like if your opponent did choose something that was wieldable off rip and they full rush something, that you get one of them, whichever one they didn't do. So I really liked his decision to prep that. I thought that was really nice. I already showed why he was second seed in DRL, and Raiden shows how much he's been practicing and why that matters. Yeah, I agree. I think I've heard Irony's played bingo before. I have no knowledge of this, no idea what his actual amount of experience is. There were some moments that felt like not quite right with bingo, but I mean, it'll get there very quickly. Obviously, like it's just like looks this good already, so not worried at all about the way he'll perform as time goes on. It does suck for him that he takes on the chemist loss upon himself. That is a bummer. You know, with getting a couple O2s right off the rip, it might be a little hard to make it out of groups for him, so he may kind of be like shot in the kneecap before he gets to take off. But we'll see. We shall see. Okay, note number 2 about this match. So, and again, I make all these notes in the moment before I know how anything is going to actually play out. So all of this is just like analysis at the time, and like sometimes it doesn't play out the way that I might expect, sometimes it does, sometimes the point that I make like doesn't really wind up being relevant to the game, but it is relevant in the moment. But like, you know, in hindsight, the moment may pass and not really matter because they just like do something completely unrelated. The Tom and Sweat game just now was insane. Yeah, we'll get to those. I thought the game one was a bit more interesting from my perspective, but some of that was just like partially getting a bit exhausted with in the DLC game for me personally. Yeah, game one was really, really cool. It's unfortunate, but you do hope that even if he doesn't, he comes back, because he's clearly quite skilled. Yeah, I mean, as Bingo grows, we're gonna get more and more of just like there being a lot of worthy people that are just like worth worth their slot. So, you know, it's someone's got to sit out. You can't have tournaments take months or whatever. Like, people do get exhausted when there's no like format shakeups and you're watching the same format for like. For me, like I'm getting to the point where we're starting to get a little gassed on these formats, because it's been like more or less the same for getting close to, it'll be like 6 months from the start of when I was practicing and learning squares and stuff. So like that's a long time to be playing. I mean, it is 2 formats, so it does have a bit more longevity than if it was just one single format, like literally twice as much longevity. Maybe even more than twice, because it's hard to like exhaustively learn 2 formats at the same time. But yeah, it definitely comes out. So the note that I had around this time is like what Irony's doing here. If he paid attention at all to who this person is and how they like to play the game, I think Irony is doing a really nice job in the start, where if Irony, or if Irony has the read that Raydans is an AFK until minute 12 player to go get that +9 weapon or whatever, if that's his read, then his square selection is really, really nice here. Because the way that you punish these guys is you go for like really fast and efficient rush squares, such that you get an early lead, and then you find a way to like get more value out of your stones by continuing to like keep your lead on the board. And I think like that's the part where he didn't quite convert on the options, but I also think that was largely due to Raydan's kind of like showing some noticeable growth and not just doing the AFK. Like Raydans did not do that this time. He was thinking about it. Like we saw him go Haligtree for like the wieldable weapon or whatever. Like that was kind of what the vibe was maybe. But also because like he has this Ordova's sword here, which is very hard to wield with starting stuff. So he has to go get a lot of money to be able to wield it. But then we see him kind of eyeing up this Margit. Even though he gets sniped, the like Stormveil is pretty good this game, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But what I kind of would have liked to see is after Irony gets these squares, have him immediately start contesting Scar Seals if he can, because that's like the primary upgrade square on this board. He's got like pretty good money from both of those kills, and we see Dan, I think, eye it up more or less immediately. I think Dan's getting his like first weapon upgrade or checking. I can't remember exactly what he does here, but basically if Irony here goes back and grabs the ones and then does the Schiefer run to grab the Marika Scar Seal and the stones, and then gets upgraded to either +7 or +9 smithing and polishes off that, then he's got like an Everjail, and his weapon is like pretty competitive with whatever Raydan has been up to in the meanwhile, and he's like getting close to a 4 square advantage if Raydan's was doing an AFK upgrade route. So like that would have been really powerful. Also the Dragonkin soldier boss as well being down there. But instead he opts for this Crackpots. It's okay. Like it's okay. It's a little bit too. It does get him stones. There's just like more power down in Shiefra. Maybe he's giving Raydans some credit, saying that Raydans is going down to Shiefra for this synergy. But if you kind of feel like your opponent is AFK, then that's what I would want to do. That's what I would want to do is continue grabbing those like fast, powerful upgrade squares, which this is one. This is one of those. It's still pretty good. You booked your stuff for the Bingo Brawlers finals. Hello. Hell yeah. That's very cool. I was a little like chuckly about these magical ticket seats that appeared out of nowhere. Like, ooh, we're all sold out. But surprise, there's 150 more seats in the arena somehow by magic. Simply download more RAM. Yo, what up, Artie? Yeah, the games today were really nice games. Okay, so Dan, again, he had a little bit of hesitation when he lost both of these squares, but now heading to this power play here, very nice, very nice. I don't know about. I guess like you grab the Scar Seal in case you like die or something first. Like this to me is a play of slightly less confidence than killing the Dragonkin outright and grabbing the seal. Like, but I get it's like so minor, it's barely even worth mentioning. But he has a really nice Dragonkin soldier fight. The whole time I was wanting him to use this button right here, this Ordovis' Vortex. Like he had this weapon this whole game, and that's what makes Ordovis' Greatsword good, is Ordovis' Vortex. So I would love to see I'd love to have seen him use that a little bit, but he did not. Okay, so Irony gets a, kind of like sort of 3-square advantage. Raydance catches up immediately with the Shiefra power play. And then I don't have notes for a little bit. Okay, Irony finishes his crackpots, is ready for Godric Nefelli. And the other thing that I actually missed writing about while writing these notes in the first place, is that Dan also noticed that this exists. So when you go for this this Everjail down here for the other Scarseal Talisman, you can segue that right into this, and I'm really glad he didn't kill the thing at the time. I think grabbing the Grace and pivoting out was like completely the way. Potentially he could have just grabbed the Church Grace and left, because like, it's really not that far of a run. You have to like clear the trapped thing or whatever. But like, I guess he's thinking he's got some time on Everjail, so why not save himself a teleport later and do it this way? I don't know exactly. Yo! Theta Rink! Thank you so much for the gifted sub. The gifted sub, dude. Thank you. Wonderful time to mention that just like Aoi, I too am attempting to attend the Bingo Brawlers finals. So we got some sub goals in order to get there. Travel in the US being very expensive right now. Food, lodging, travel, planes, Ubers, all that bullshit. So got some sub goals that we're working towards, running the fundraiser up until mid-September. So yeah, any contributions to that? I'll like kind of factor in like donos and bits and stuff as well. It's just like the automated thing, only tracks subs. So all right, but thank you again. Also, what up, old owl? Haha, I imagine is how that's said. Welcome on in. Okay, now what do we have next? So Dan was eyeing or no wait. Irony's setting up Radon. Okay, the note that I had around this time. Holy shit. The Migrating Nut. Thank you so much for the 5 gifties. Holy shit. That is mighty generous, especially because I don't recognize your name. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Hell yeah. That is very nice of you. Appreciate you supporting the ability for me to go to these finals and meet some of the people. Hell yeah. Where was I? Right. I was a little curious about what is this? Hydrate, sure. I was a little curious about this decision from Dan at the time to do the Crucible Knight Everjail over Adon for NPC bosses because it's in like an open line. Oh shit, Anwar, dude, thank you as well. Thank you so much for the fiver. Holy fuck. God damn, we're getting closer to some of our objectives. Let's go. The next one being teaching Phoebe a trick on stream. I'll have to figure out a trick to actually just like teach her that she does not know, and we're gonna do it on camera and see how quickly she can figure it out. By the way, how do you unlock the mountaintops and Haligtree Grace in bingo? It's the same as every other unlock grace. You get it right at the start as soon as you get torrent. As soon as you get torrent. So yeah, this choice of Everjail here rather than Adon for like a potential this line. I guess he knows that like Irony is probably like has this available, so yeah, this line's probably not really gonna happen. And I think like it's dangerous to challenge the Limgrave Weeping bosses because Irony has two on board already, and Raydance only has one. And I had some question marks when he started to full send it. I think after this, did I make a note of that? Yeah. So he goes to Tree Sentinel, which is no longer on the board in any way, shape, or form. No horse bosses, no tree bosses. And then he goes to Bofa as well. I was a little like questioning on on that decision because like there are some things that you could do for synergy. You could do a god boss in Rick. You could do a NPC boss in Patches, although bleh. You could do a Cemetery Shade, but kind of slow. Was there anything else? No. The one that I had flagged is like if you it's typically if I catch myself doing this, like killing one of these guys, one of these just like random bosses that don't have synergy, I'm like, wait a sec, do I really want to be doing this? What I was hoping he would do was port to Margit because he's gonna need Stormveil because there's just so many kill these random remembrance things that like having Stormveil is just nice. And Margit is quite fast as well with the amount of power that he has. So like he takes the time to run to Bofa here, but he's already got like Margit's Grace in the tunnel because he went there earlier and got beat to the +0. So here I would have really liked to see him do Margit. Great jobs yesterday. Bunch of great matches this weekend and today. Holy fuck, Swed played the best series of his life. Yeah, Swed played like a monster. They were really nice games. Most def. 5 gifties, does that mean the plebs get a song request? Well, the plebs don't, but whoever gifted does. Anwar or Migrating Nut could definitely grab a song request if they so choose. Oh, no, actually, no, you're so right, dude. I totally forgot about that. Holy shit. No. Yeah. It had actually been a while. Yeah. The song request queue, of course. Hold the phone. All right. The song request queue is open to the plebs. You are so correct due to the fiver. So for the next 5-ish minutes, the song request queue is open for channel points. Hopefully it works because I had an issue with it the last time. Hopefully it works. Yeah. I mean, it looks correct. I mean, I could try and put something in myself. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Back to the analysis. Okay. I did write a note that I really liked Dan's play to go for Radon here. And then he pivoted, I think. But I think that he was like really nicely set up with a weapon that doesn't deal status to just like smoke Radon real fast. Yo, Chris, thank you so much for the 3 months, dude. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, I got a song request. Did it work? Like, where is the bot? The bot should be saying things. The bot should be saying words. Like, hang on. Like, do I have to wake the bot up? Where is it? Do I have to restart the bot somehow? Anyone with knowledge of Songify know if, like, the bot is just dumb or something? What the fuck happened to the bot? You have to restart it every once in a while? Like the Songify app? I can do that, I guess. Every stream. I'm aware it's completely free, dog. I don't... Hello? Okay. Um... Okay, maybe it's working? Hang on, let me just put yours in manually. Or actually, fuck that. Oh wait, there it goes. Okay, so okay, all right, the bot is awake. Hilarious. Sorry, folks. I actually want to pause, I think, so that I can sort this out and then get back to the notes. Let me just like re-put in. Is your song in there? I have infinite points, so I can do it for you. Cool. Okay. This looks better. All right. I got you covered. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. We've got it sorted. The magic is back. All right. Okay. So where were we? Radon. Oh yeah, and then I made a note. Hang on, what was the context of this? I wrote at 23 minutes. Okay, so at 23 minutes, he pivots off Radon, off his Radon setup to go do the like sleeping golem. And for me, in my opinion, at this point, this row is kind of whatever-ish. Like, maybe it's not. Actually, I'll kind of keep it, because I have to talk over this constantly, I'll kind of keep it at mid song request volume. Actually, I can turn it up just a little, maybe. Somewhere, like, here, I can still talk over that. So, like, Godskin Noble is pretty good because God Bosses exist. Like, Daggers is not that hard to do. Melania is in this diagonal. So I was like, I don't know about this row 2 pressure, but, like, it's, I don't know, it wound up okay. Yo, Cat Empire, hell yeah. Love me some Cat Empire. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, back to Raydan's. He goes and gets upgraded here a little bit more. This is totally fine. I did kind of flag that, like, this Abductor Virgin Square was kind of on the board for way too long when people needed upgrades, like, but also at the same time, like, the speed is nice here because it's kind of weird because Irony does the very questionable play of going with, like, this unwieldable Sunflower to Radon to try and get the double up of this and this. And so Raydan's going for a faster upgrade setup than, you know, taking the time to kill the Abductor Virgins. Does potentially, like, get him into the fight in a timely manner, but also, like, Irony probably shouldn't have been doing this in the first place. So, like, I don't know that this note and this commentary is, like, how it should have played out, like, whether this was correct or whether this was unnecessary. It was certainly correct based on what happened. I don't know that it was the right idea, though, given Like if you're just looking at it from Raydan's perspective, um, yeah, I'm just not sure. But I mean, I like that he's getting upgraded. Like that's more important than how like the abducted virgins is in this line, which is like not the worst line ever. Like each one of these are okay. Makar is terrible, but like each one of these are equally fine to do. You just need cash for Incants in particular. Like Incants is looking really, really good the more that this game goes on. And so in that vein, killing Radon quicker to get the money to do that is kind of cool. So I don't know. I could have gone either way on it. I thought this decision was interesting though, and I thought it was worth talking about. And then I did, of course, leave the note. I left the note at this timestamp that what is he doing here? And I really don't think that this is going to work. And as we saw, it didn't. And I don't think there's like really any amount of like this is not a bingo problem, I don't think. I think this is just like I think I can do this. I don't know if it's like a pressure thing that's like that caused him to have an issue. But to me, this just seems fucking unnecessarily challenging. Like the stamina consumption on this is wild. Like this whole fight, like he's just like constantly exhausted. He's got no health to speak of, so like anything one shots him. He's only +5 as well. Like this is not a +9. He comes back later with a +9 unwieldable, I think, and does it. But like, so it's hard for me to tell whether this is just like a little bit of bingo inexperience or whether it's just a little bit of overconfidence or whether it's just like he could do it on any other day, but it's just a stress thing, you know? You oh, I want to show off kind of thing. Yeah. Well, as somebody who's made that mistake of like I can do this on any other day, but it's like actually pretty challenging attempting to do it on the big stage. Yeah, it's hard. It's very hard. We don't have to watch all the fights again because I'm sure many of you saw it live. But yeah, definitely wanted to call it out that at the time this felt questionable at best. Another note that I had also because like I don't know if like these players watch back anyone else's analysis of what's going on or whatever. I do try and be like kind and objective and but still like you know like constructively critical and things like that. To be fair, it was his first bingo match. Yeah, well, I don't believe that that's true. It's definitely his first bingo brawlers match, but I do not. I'm almost positive that this guy has played bingo before. So, and by before I mean more than just like, oh shit, you've got like 5 days to practice. I'm pretty sure that he's been in like community things and stuff. Okay. Next notes are from a little bit later. After Dan does get his Radon, which was very, very nice by him. Again, kind of wanted to see some more Dovis's Vortex. The other thing is not killing Alexander here, because he should probably want to be using his Ordovis Vortex, but I mean, if he's not anyway, then I guess don't bother killing Alex, but that would be quite nice. Meanwhile, Irony's still having... Yeah. Oh! God, it's just, like his stamina bar is just always empty. Hell yeah. It's working! I haven't heard the Cat Empire in ages. I do like the Cat Empire. Maybe I should turn off the... if people are going to be using that for links and stuff, that might make some sense. Is his name Irony EU or Iron U? Irony. It's Irony EU, yeah. So Dan ports to Scenic Isle and runs all the way for the book. And we've seen me run this this Incants line before. I'm pretty sure, I'm not a billion% sure, but I'm pretty sure he does have a bonus Incant from this Everjail, from this Crucible Knight. I'm pretty sure it's still faster to run from Ruined Labyrinth in the north, I think. Maybe it's not, I don't know. But I don't think there's any other... things. The other thing is, like, he could also go for the book that Tom likes to go for in the camp south of Scenic Isle, which is faster to get to, but only has 2 incants, and then go and get the one in the Ailing Church or whatever the fuck in Weeping, which also gets you a Sacred Tier. So, like, that probably would have been the way to do this. But yeah, this was a, a nice long run. And again, no, like, secondary benefit. Like, there's no sacred flash charges along the way that he can get, but or in terms of real squares, there's no like Tibia Mariner, there's no Knight's Calves, there's no Jarberg. Yeah, kind of just a little goofy one. You wait, what? You just looked through the logs the one time that I actually need a mod? Wait, when was that? Irony had a crazy showing for their first match. Imagine if he had a bit more time to prep. Again, Irony has played bingo before. This is not like baby's first bingo game. I promise you. Definitely first bingo brawlers match, and again, not a lot of time to practice for this specific format. But yeah, very well done. But want to be sure that people know that, like, this is not how people just like show up. Discord person. Oh. I didn't even notice. I guess you took care of it. Or somebody took care of it. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the next one that I had a note of after he gets incants is he goes for Glovewort Bell Bearings. Well, fuck. I hit the back button on my mouse. He goes for... That set me back a little ways. He goes for Glovewort Bell Bearings on Dan, which I thought was kind of like a little funky. And I think it was like he's just looking to shut down majority. Because like this column still exists for Irony. But given that like Goldfree isn't so bad, he's starting to get really juiced, so Melania isn't so bad. He might need Makar anyway to block this row. Like, this diagonal isn't going to get blocked because he's not eyeing up Godric on himself. Irony has Godric dead already. I don't know. This felt... I don't know. It felt weak-ish, but I don't know. The column is goofy, so I feel like he probably could have just counted on getting Goldfree, but... I mean, because, again, this column's just, like, super slow. Incredibly slow. Everything in this is slow. I guess, in that spirit, just grab the square that you want to, like, secure your majority while it's still open, rather than being pushed into something more specific. Like, if he loses the Glovewort Bell Bearings and he, like, loses Makar or something, then, like, he has to either do one of these, which is, like, maybe a little bit more stressful. He's up by 3 squares. Maybe. I don't know. I just had that flagged as like a... I don't know how I feel about this, but wanted to talk about it. The only like little hidden benefit is you do get an NPC boss down there. So it's like... I don't know. And then kind of like we're getting to the point where the game is pretty well in hand. This game I had, like, probably the least notes for, I think. Game 2 of this, I have, like, miles of notes. Past this, at this point, like, we're just kind of... NPT raid. Huh? Past this, at this point, we're just kind of chilling for Dan. Like, he secures his majority. Irony's just kind of putting out fires. Then at a certain point, Irony, like, just says fuck it and stops putting out fires, and Dan just bingos him, which is funny. There was a note that I had at a certain timestamp, which is here. Oh, yeah. The commentary also, like, said the same thing, like, just a little bit after I made this this timestamp, where when this remembrance happens, Dan should get out. Basically, it's like, he knows that, like, with 2 remembrances dead... most likely that's Godric and Radon. That daggers only is like pretty unlikely. So if he did bingo column 3, ultimately. So like really at this time, if he was eyeing up the column 3, it would probably be wise to take this as a moment to grab like a couple seeds or prep or kill a shade or whatever. So like doing the dagger here is pretty unnecessary, I would say. But you know, he's again still kind of chilling. This row exists. Like he's still just like throwing sand all over the board, right? Like it makes it hard for Irony to figure out what to do. Holy fuck, there's a bunch of dogs barking outside all of a sudden. Yo, what up? Jesus. I don't know if you can hear those goddamn dogs. There's the notification. What up, everybody? Hello, hello, hello from the NPT show. Thank you. Thank you for sending your folks this way. NPT raid to steal Phoebe? I'm gonna ban everyone. Get out of here. Yo, GG's today, Tom. Very nicely played. Especially getting out from under V-Swed's thumb in game 1. Kind of unexpected. That was very exciting. I really liked that game. Keep up the distraction. No, yeah, that was I mean, great games today. I'm gonna get to those games for sure. I'll be honest, I was kind of curious what you were thinking. Like the DLC game, it kind of felt like a blur in the mid game, like where you guys both just had like bits in all the map that was necessary, and you guys were just kind of marking squares. Like it just kind of felt, yeah, exactly. It was a weird board. It just like I was having trouble like thinking about the game because it was just like I don't even know what to think about here. They could do any of these various things at any given point. Like like I'm trying to make notes for this segment, and I'm just like I don't even know what to write at this point. Like they're just gonna do shit, and I don't know what they're gonna do. They don't know what like their opponent's gonna do. You forgot about your Knight's Prio? I mean, sure, but I also thought it was kind of weird that he went for it because he just pushed you into Horn Warriors Red Bears, which was synergistic and like was very very strong. So I'm like, I don't really know what this steal is about here, but sure, I guess. Anyway, we'll get to all that in a little bit. We got more games to go through for sure. But again, GG's, well done. Again, especially in that game 1. That was a tricky situation to get out from under. I'm sure you guys talked about it a lot in post, but the little moments for the ancestor spirit being very defining. Got to bounce for a bit, but back later. Hell yeah. Go enjoy, decompress a little. GG's. Thanks for sending your peeps here. Appreciate it. Okay. Back to the action. Okay, that was actually the last note that I had for this game. It's kind of just like Irony just can't really know what Raydance is going to do anymore, so Raydance can do whatever he wants. He chose to bingo. He could have definitely chosen not to. Yeah, it do be what it is. I didn't really pay attention to how he got his seeds. I guess like maybe I could analyze like if he could have gotten more effective or synergistic seeds. Like, does he grab this and Volcano Manor? He does. Cool. Anything else of interest? Are we out of songs, by the way? Was that all the song requests? I feel like probably yes. I can turn that off. All right. On to game number 2. This one was pretty interesting. One thing I'm going to pay attention to a little bit is like the setups for these games. In between these, I'm like trying to like walk Phoebe or whatever and stuff like that. So I miss a little bit of the start. And I think like DLC setups, like purchasing and stuff is really interesting. And the commentators basically never talk about it. So I kind of want to keep my eye on that. Let's see. So Irony is in the shop already. They both definitely decided on the long half axe. No idea if there were like other more interesting options. But long half axe, certainly a reasonable one. Arnie's just like sitting there reading the board. They're both just reading. Usually I get to purchasing a little bit faster. It's kind of like, I feel like with the DLC, like a lot of the times most of your purchase and weapon selection is going to be like the same. Like very little of it matters based on the board, I feel. And so like just get into the game, get shopping, and then like wait at the fog wall and just think and like seamlessly transition your thinking into out the door. So you don't have to like do some thinking, interrupt, do your purchase, start thinking again. Domo talks about the setups this game. I don't think he did, because there were things that I was listening for, and I didn't hear them. Irony buys 3 talismans, which is kind of a lot. This was one of the games with status effects, right? Or was it? Yeah, 3 especially. Raidan's does get the cat talisman. The thing that I was really curious about is like they both didn't grab twig, and there's 4 hefty pots on the board. I don't know if they like missed the fact that that was on the board, but it wound up being pretty interesting. And one thing that I definitely didn't see them note on is Irony's physic tier purchase was spiked and thorny, so he doesn't have this green spill tier that Raidan's has. The charge attack tier, I would say, is pretty bad in the DLC unless you are like working with a charge attack like machine, like an Iron Balls or a Star Fist or Blood Fiend's Arm or something like that, where you just like really want to be doing charge attacks as often as possible. But given like the number of NPCs and stuff, and like a lot of bosses don't have a ton of opening for charge attacks, like this Axe Talisman here, Spike tier, like they don't really go very far. Again, like NPCs, you just can't really charge attack like ever. So I'm not a huge fan of that. Would much rather have more stamina for more keeping up the pressure. Also, stamina is synergizing with your multi-hit, so you can like have more regen to keep your multi-hit up longer. And if you find like a colossal, then like doing the crouch R1s and stuff, like the regen being faster between those, all that kind of thing. Assume you might have spoken about this, but Aggie was talking about how he thinks Kale should either be moved or restricted. I mean, it would be a huge change. I would love, love, love to see some changes to the mod in the DLC. Love, 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 love. We've had it for nearly 2 years now. More or less unchanged. Would love to have some changes to Kale. Would be very, very exciting. Feels weird that players aren't rushing multi-status recently. Watch it show up on a Tom board. And then you'll see a different story, I think. I think the kind of more experienced DLC players are going to know a lot more better options for how to make this square look really fucking busted. Aggie wanted Kale prices to be higher too. Yep, totally down with that. I mean, I would love for like a complete Kale overhaul. Like, go crazy with it. I would love to see some wild shit. Domo's talking about taking the training wheels off vis-a-vis Kale around when power stancing came up. Yeah, I mean, just, again, go nuts. One thing that I would love to see, I'll take a little detour, because they're just going to be doing some running for a little while. I would love, love, love to see some quality of life features in the bingo mods for, like, community service. Like, open up some of the, like, some of the options to the community to be able to modify, like have the list of graces unlocked be configurable, have the prices shop be like a file where you can like set them so that like when we run our tournaments in the community, we have more flexibility about what to do while still working under the Bingo Brawlers umbrella, still paying tribute to Domo and Bingo Brawlers, because like without that, we're more incentivized to like, other communities have made their own mods and stuff, which, you know, separates them from Bingo Brawlers. Bingo Club doesn't really do that so much, but, like, we'd love the ability to have some more flexibility, but we identify ourselves more with the Bingo Brawlers way of doing things. And so it would be cool to still be able to keep up that like, implicit relationship while also allowing ourselves some freedom and flexibility. So, anyway, that would be super cool as far as I'm concerned. But obviously that's not very important to a lot of viewers and even many users as well. Yeah. Yeah, Mapper. I agree. Anyway, they're just doing some running. They're just doing some running for a little bit. Dom opens up the map, so I didn't have a timestamp for what this was gonna look like, but the, or wait. No map? Maybe I'm remembering something differently. Maybe I'm remembering something from game 4. Anyway, they both grab these hefty pots in Bonnie, but don't have the twig, so they can't go into the jail. It's super weird. And like Raidan's missed his Tiole skip, so he doesn't like he can't win this by going Shadow Keep. I think like if you didn't want to, I don't know, that I would not grabbing the grace there to at least like give him some time to market and then like just warp back by the tier, warp, go and mark the square, like allowing your opponent, because you know you're behind, so you're not gonna get it. But like allowing your opponent to hypothetically do this that Irony is doing is kind of wild. But also like nobody does it this way. Like this doesn't happen. So I guess like that's not something Raydans was accounting for, but it's weird. Like this is pretty illegal to be able to mark 4 hefty pots in RAW. It's just like very map efficient. Like 4 hefty pots is already extremely map efficient. You just have to take like a 30-second detour into the jail, and the rest of it is all valuable map progression. But if you get the hefty pot in Ancient RAW, it is 100% map efficient. Like literally every step of the way, you're getting progress towards like useful things on the map. So like, shouldn't really be allowed to let your opponent do that. So that's a little unfortunate for Raydans, because that means that this square is like literally free, like just a free square. Partner brought up the idea of making a set of X greases, talismans, etc. to make setup decision making different, which means a randomizer within a specific shop. Yeah. Yo, what up, awesomeness? We're doing all right. Doing our post match review, post match analysis. Okay, so there was another note that I had a little bit later. Again, this is the DLC. They're gonna be doing some running. They're gonna be doing some running. So here, at this point, Raydans is going up the loft ladder, which I flagged as being kind of strange. Let me remember why. Like loft being kind of weak. It's like loft. What else? This sort of, probably that, I guess. This definitely, actually. What else is in loft? Stuff way later, like this stuff is like kind of loft. It's okay. That may have been an overly critical point, but like a lot of this stuff is like much deeper into the map. Like this stuff's pretty far. This stuff is like you need to get upgraded and stuff, which I don't think he is yet. And like stuff in Ancient RAW is just a little faster. Like Devonia's faster. Oh, by the way, wait, was this the game? Didn't Irony kill Hippo? How's he in the back section? No. He did the hefty pots. What game was that? Somebody. Is that the game that I casted? Dude, the weekend is. There's so much fucking bingo. Every game is blending together. Somebody did. Oh no! That's what he did. He went to RAW on Irony, and he killed one hippo, and then just like left and did something else. It's like that one was very strange. That's a note for later, actually. So, God, these DLC games are so weird because nobody knows what the other person's doing, so like it's so hard to make informed decisions. So you're just like running around trying to get some value, trying to make sure you don't like all into something that then winds up getting sniped. So it's like, I don't know, we run loft, we run back section, we upgrade, we like grab one fucking cookbook for some reason, we grab like an incant along the way, and it's just like, it's almost just like an arms buildup in the dark. Like you're just getting ready to like shoot your shot somewhere and hope that you were correct. But like, man, it's hard to have so many games like this because they all just like kind of play out the same way. So it like I don't know how to like give advice to these guys on how to like potentially improve or something, because like both of these guys are on the newer side. Like there's definitely things that I could tell them about how to play in the DLC that would be helpful and stuff, but like it's so hard when you don't have any information. It's very difficult. Could just skip the first 20 minutes of most DLC games. Yeah. The thing is like that portion of the game is not always the same. Like in Tom versus Swed, like that portion of the game happened like slightly different because there was a little bit more rush, but like it's strange. It always feels like there's some amount of early, like if I were to graph out what like the DLC looks like, it's like early, middle, late, right? And then like this pile is like usually this big. This pile is usually this big. This pile is usually this big. And so on the games, but like we're missing a lot of stuff that's in the middle, I feel. Like I just maybe it's not the right way to put it. I'll think about it some more. Maybe I'll make a I'll make a maybe I'll make a where is it? A rant at some point. Maybe I'll make a rant video at some point. But for now, I'll just continue thinking about it. Yeah, nothing in grave sites. Yeah, it's just like gravestone, skip TLA, skip every game, like off the rip. Like maybe you grab Scorched, maybe like very rarely 3-path. It makes like people be kind of weird with their infusions because like going for Savage Lion's Claw sometimes feels awkward, but like having the infusion is such a big ass difference that like when you skip it, it feels like you're not playing very properly. This, however, this I like at this point for Raidans. Like going for this particular cookbook is really nice because there's an extra incant back there. So again, while you're in the dark, just kind of figuring out what the hell to do, just skidoo. You get an extra little rune right here. Like cool. He didn't grab it actually. He grabbed the tarnished sunflower instead. Whoops. Incants, cookbook, cool. Sometimes there's stuff out in base row. There wasn't really this game, so there's kind of no reason to go like this way and get the grace. But still, like little bits of value. Very unlikely to get sniped on this at this point. This is probably not really where it's at, because like where are you getting your second hippo this game? Like we get one here, and then what? Like, I see, is it Stone Cold Zero Frenzy squares? There was one, I know it, because I remember thinking it was a good play at one point. Paintings. There's like 1.5, like, squares down there, I guess. But like, so sure, like, you get your one hippo, but like, golden hippo is nothing. There's literally not anything to do with golden hippo on this board. Except like an incant, maybe. And then like the other option being Karos hippo, but also nothing, right? No Karos. I mean, here? The base game bosses? Yolan? Like, nah. So like this hippo here is just kind of 100% wasted time. And he's low damage right now. Like, no stats to speak of. No, kind of no skidoo, no infusion. It just like takes a while and doesn't really do anything. Meanwhile, like Devonia was sitting there, and we saw him fight Devonia, and his Devonia fight was excellent. So like, I feel like he could have gone there and had a full extra skidoo level by killing the pot guy, having the horn tender, etc. Get that grace, kill Devonia. It may take a little bit of time. He could get like a freeze grease or something to make it go by a little quicker, but his Devonia fight was quite nice. So, and then he has like a nice mutual block here, like this and this. I did that the wrong color. These are Raidan's lines. With Crucible Knight blocking that out, that would be pretty nice for him. But yeah, the hippo doesn't really do anything. Maybe he was thinking that like this row is okay, because like I guess maybe that's what it was. In reality it doesn't really work, but like he's thinking like, oh, half of the hippo square is in Rao. Romina is in Rao. Leda and her allies is in Rao. This is a nice line, except not really the ability to convert it or whatever. Would assume Irony is quite familiar with Devonia because of Speed Fog. Very likely. Presumably. Also just, you play a lot of Elden Ring and she shows up in randomizers and things. Today's matches were wild. Yes, they were. This was a good day. This is a good day of bingo for sure. Okay, so Raidans goes for the bear here. I remember thinking that this was... Did I leave a note about this actually? No, I actually skipped a note about Dan. Hang on. 18 minutes. What did he do? I have a note about him quitting out. Oh, wait. What? 18 minutes. 18 minutes Dan quit out. Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, yeah, no, this was just a funny one. This is just a funny one. He soft jumps here and is like, oh shit, I'm dead. And then, like, look at his expression. He's like, wait a minute. Am I alive? But you can, like, land, like, underneath on the thing. I just thought this was hilarious and I wanted to highlight it because I don't think the casters noticed. He's like, wait, I think I'm alive? Oh, yeah. Anyway, just a cute little moment that I wanted to remark on. Okay, 20 minutes, the hippo, I did... Okay, so then there was also this red bear, right? So he buys greases. This is very confusing, because he, like, has a reprimand grace, by the way. Also, what up, Hero Time? Yo, missed you as well. What have you been up to? How's it been going? He goes for this red bear, which doesn't do anything. It's just like a pile of meat to put status on, but, like, I'm pretty sure he's weak enough that he could kill Edred with the status effects. Again, he has the reprimand grace. So, like, this is kind of a long run. Bear is a slower fight, has more status resistance. And, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Edred would have been pretty free. Maybe he just forgot. I don't exactly know. You were the groomsman at a wedding this past weekend. Well, there were some banger games this weekend, so you got some content to catch up on. But congratulations to your friend. That's sick. Rolana could have been. Rolana's a little tricky. A lot of the newer people are still kind of getting their toes wet with Rolana. Can I spoil or can I not spoil? Is that what you're saying? Only. If you want, like, a spoiler version, probably just, like, going back and watching the match reviews in my VOD is probably the best way to spoil yourself. Although yesterday I did cast, so that, like, you could watch, like, once that comes to YouTube, you could watch the cast. Because that was my casting commentary debut on the Bingo Brawlers main stage. It was a lot of fun. He does get this right on Dan. Like, no gray incidents. Yeah, no big deal. Sets up a row 3. Irony's forge selection here was a little goofy. He goes for the one in Rao base, which is not like Mitch was talking about it here. Mitch was like kind of on with the commentary today. Like, I've been on record saying, like, I very often find myself disagreeing with Mitch. Mitch today was like nailing it. Like, there were so many times that I was, like, about to write a note and I was like, oh, well, Mitch just said that. So I'm like, for everyone who was there, like, you know, I don't really need to cover this because Mitch nailed it. So, like, really, really impressed with his commentary today. He noted that the forge out here was a little weird. Nothing else out this way, no synergy with anything. And Irony also didn't do, like, the faster forge in Gravesite. He did both the Shadow Altus forge and this forge. So, kind of, yeah. What do I think of Irony inheriting Chemist's win-loss record? Irony can send him hate mail, I guess. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I don't really care, to be honest. Like, however Noma wants to run the event is fine. I'm sure Irony is, like, just perfectly happy to have the exposure and the, you know, the ability to be here and all that. And, you know, joining last minute and stuff, you wouldn't really expect to be like, oh, hell yeah, I'm gonna, like, win this whole tournament out of nowhere. So if you have to inherit an O2 off the rip, it's, like, kind of whatever. I don't really have any opinions. If somebody was like, Blanks is dropping out, Jack, do you want to take his spot and go down 0-2 at the start? I'd be like, let's do it. Give me the controller. I'm in. And yeah, also, like, Sirius did win his match. The only thing that's, like, a little goofy about it is, like, Sirius got a freebie, and, like, everybody else in that group now has to play, like, a much more serious competitor. So it's Blanks dropping out to become a League Pro. That'd be some huge drama. All right, let me find the next note. Right here, actually. This was about the next note. Dan has a lot of money. He killed the red bear. and he didn't go like do get hit like he did Tiole's concoction, so he has 3-path. So he hasn't grabbed his infusion yet, which is like a big bonus to going there. He's got all this cash from Red Bear. He didn't spend it on like greases if he's not going to infuse. He didn't spend it on like a full talisman set or anything. And Irony just had more talismans from the rip. So like Dan's damage is pretty mediocre here. Also, none of them were doing the thing where you can like roll, like right here, you can roll into the hand and then like jump onto the hand and get like kind of the infinite falling jump attack to get like multiple stagger build up bits and stuff. Entertain the pupper a little bit. But yeah, I think like I would have liked to see Dan spend his money there. Like it's a little weird that they raced for the finger creeper at this moment anyway, because like it's not like it's a diagonal square in a line that is active. But like also Dan has literal no idea that Irony would be back here. And same with Irony. Like neither of them know that they're here. Like each of this, like both of these presences here is completely unknown. So like I don't know why it like in the dark, like if Dan, this is the first time I'm gonna use black. If Dan can't see what Irony is doing, like why are we here with all this money in pocket trying to kill this fucking finger creeper, which is again like between the bear and the finger creeper, it's just like some random pile of meat that it's just like I don't understand the haste of not spending here. Like this is your big first infusion of runes. Be really really nice to spend up. Irony was eventually hoarding money like me. Like I had. Am I accusing Raydans of cheating? No, I didn't even remotely. I just don't know why he didn't spend. Like if he didn't spend and like, or if he spent the money, got his infusion, got set up, and then like lost Finger Creeper, like this game is basically no different. Except like he wasted some time getting sniped. So like, I don't know, just go spend your cash. And then like, I mean, he loses DLC bosses, like that was inevitable, but like he could, lose the Finger Creeper and like warp back for hitless and then like keep his row 3 alive, and then they're kind of having some dueling threats going on. Like Dan has that row 3 open. Irony has this row 1 and this top left diagonal. They're both kind of in like an interesting spot. So yeah, I mean, he does go and spend immediately afterwards. He does not equip his talismans properly, I don't think. So he's still like kind of in a little bit of a weird spot, but it's the big stage. He's trying to go fast, all that. So we've seen people forget a lot of things, not uncommon. All right, next note. Oh yeah, also Dan on the way to that Finger Creeper. Let me actually back it up. Fuck. I've only got one hand. What's he doing with his other hand? Right here. Oh god, I'm about to get attacked. Right here, Dan should probably be going up this way for Minor Erdtree, because incantations are on the board still. Hi, Phoebe. Yeah, because then there's just like the little drop down where you land like over here and can go for the Finger Creeper, but like, I don't know, kind of not really a reason not to get it. Anyway, back to where we were. Just a little notey note. To shopping, killing an FSB. There's a hitless fight going on. Let me see. Oh yeah, and Irony skipped the Grace on his way to the Finger Creeper. And again, this is like, I don't know if this is like, okay, Tom, do you know how much Bingo Irony's played before? Because people have been asking, and I'm pretty sure he's played Bingo before, but I don't have like a firm answer on like exactly how much Bingo he's played. But like skipping the Grace, he's played in Ignite stuff. Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So skipping the Grace due to the Finger Creeper, that's definitely a play that like you would only do if you were pretty familiar with how that went, because like the Finger Creeper, you know, you would never fight that in DRL or whatever. So, yeah, that's kind of a surefire sign of that. Okay, then at a little bit after this, Dan goes and gets his skidoo, unlike Swed, smile. And then he goes down here. And at this point, like, this is a little spooky, I feel. Like, because I feel like okay, here's why this is spooky. Let me say this stuff first. This is spooky because back section has just kind of been, or back gate, I should say, has just kind of been milked, which means both players are going to be looking for something to do. Actually, hang on, this is less spooky than I thought. Phoebe, God, down a little bit if you. Oh shit. I kind of missed this a little bit. It's like, actually, no, this is a better play than I thought. This is a better play than I thought. So like really, this line is kind of more good pressure than the lines that Irony has going, because like 2 forges is faster than anything else, and then all of a sudden it's like a forced bail. So like but like also you don't really want to do 2 forges if you're Raydans. Like I would be perfectly happy to make my opponent do 2 forges if it means I can get ahead on a good piece of map. And if you look at what a good piece of map is, like Devonia's here, Romina's here. Phoebe. All right, she's trying to climb. Hang on. God. Fuck. Do not. Could have bingoed the top left diagonal. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Licking my shirt. Okay. I lost all my things. Romina's here. Incancer here. Devonia's here. And more importantly, like all this stuff is like relatively fast. So when you think about what Raydans could do here, he can either block top left, which is through ADM, and I guess like sort of the hippos is there like as well for him in Ancient Row, but like we talked about when Irony killed the first hippo, like why would you? Because like the other one's pretty hard to get to. Or he could do something about this row 1. I feel like this Rolana could be a shout at this point because this row 1 is also a little bit dangerous, and it's kind of a nice time to do a square that's sitting in the middle of the map that's kind of just hanging out there, free value, waiting for you. So for me, it's like, it's one of these 2 options, either this Rao play or this Rolana play. I guess South is also another option. Holy shit. Hi. All right, we're doing this again. Why does she like doing this so much? I just clipped her nails, so they're super fucking sharp. This is not super great for content, Phoebe. Or, well, not the type of content that I was doing. All right, you want to just like sit on the back behind me? You can do that if you want. Here, sit. Here we are. Beat cam. There we go. Anyway, so, but like one little funny thing that happens is he does skip the iris down here. Like there's, oh Jesus, you okay? He does skip the Iris of Grace. So like hypothetically, Yolan Summon's a little tricky for him to get. I mean, you could like pull the elevator or whatever, but does just kind of send it. Where are the notes? So I mean, but like this position of the game is very spooky for everyone. I feel like it's spooky for Irony because I guess I can just like let it run while this is happening. It's spooky for Irony because of the forges, like it like puts a lot of pressure on the game immediately, and it's spooky for Dan because he's like staring down more threats. It's like Dan has the best threat, but Irony has like more threats. Like this is real, this is real. Column 3 is not really real, but oh my god, Phoebe. Thought he was gonna force Senesax. That we'll get there. We'll get there, Clayton. We'll get there. And then so like I think this mark gets Raydans by surprise, but like also it's a little weird that I already had a forge done already, so he felt confident to go for this. It's kind of a cool play, given what was going on, but also like I don't know why he expected to lose hitless on Irony, because he was also in Batgate and he had no idea that Dan was there at the time. I don't know. Has a nice Devonia fight, blah 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 blah. And then I kind of wanted to see Dan's face again when this gets marked. Because I think, like, Dan was surprised. Yeah, he does, like, a, ooh. Interesting. So, the crazy thing here, from this point, do I like this read or not? So Dan just kind of, like, he sees the Devonia, and he just keeps going. Which is really weird, because, like, one of two things are gonna, well, I don't know. It's kind of a coin flip, honestly, because either Irony pivots out at this point, like, just plants the Devonia flag and is like, Rao is mine, fuck off, and then Dan's like, well, I was here too, so haha, surprise, bitch. And, like, Irony goes for the Forges block, which should hypothetically take him a little bit more time, given that he probably shouldn't have a Forge done already. But, like, Dan goes for, like, the value back here, which is cool. Like, again, the incants, the Romina, the burn, sort of the hippo, I guess. I guess also kind of the dancing lion. There's Iris of Occultation, so doing the Deathlight Lion's kind of whatever. But, yeah. But, like, also, if Irony is just like, fuck your threat, I don't give a shit, and just, like, keeps going, like, a lot of people do. A lot of people do just say, like, yeah, whatever. And, like, are you gonna do forges? Like, go for it. I'll just beat you to bail. It's fine. And he, like, kept running for incants and stuff. Then, like, Dan gets giga sniped here. So, I don't know. It wound up working out nicely for him. And especially because Irony spent a little bit more time in the forge by, was it this version? Yeah, here he tries to do a skip, which doesn't work. Yeah, so he's trying to skip to the lever, and now he's got to, like, do the whole thing again. Not super worth. I've never, like, seen somebody, like, spend the time to try and get that skip consistent, so I don't know. Maybe it's good, but anyway. Has to spend a bit more time in here than necessary. Dan gets incants, gets a hit on Romina, gets a hit on Burn, so, like, it does wind up working very nicely for him. I just think, like, this situation in the game is hard to analyze, because I don't think there's a correct play, because there's all kinds of, like, strong things that the players can be doing, and it's hard to know, like, what the right thing to do is, the quote-unquote right thing. But it's a very interesting part of the game, to be sure. Like, I thought this was a cool part of the game. And then later, after Irony gets the lion, also he continued on for incants for some reason. I kind of missed what that was about, but he was like, wait, why didn't I get incants? He gets his forges square, Dan gets his 2 Rao square. Holy shit, I'm under attack. He's still going for it. Dan's prepping ADM. Cool. Irony has, like, a very squirrely Deathlight Lion fight, but does a really nice job and secures it, which is cool. And then he goes straight for Rolana, which makes a ton of sense. This is the thing that I flagged as being kind of wonky, is Irony marks Dancing Lion right here, and then a couple things happen. Dan he's at a grace, so he can pivot whenever he wants. The mark goes up, he sees it. What are we gonna do? We run, we get on Torrent, we're still running. Several seconds have elapsed. And then all of a sudden he's like, actually, I don't want to do Senesax. Rolana seems like a much nicer block. But, like, you spent, like, 30 seconds reacting, and he doesn't have this grace. He doesn't have High Road Grace. And in a lot of situations, you kind of have to assume that your opponent has High Road Cross. So like he's got to run all the way up here and then do the stuff that Irony's doing. And so he's like at least like a minute and a half behind. And like we know in viewing that he's got a lot of damage on Dan, like more than Irony does. He's got his in. Oh God, Phoebe. He's got his infusion, which Irony does not. And he also he also has greases. Why every time? Why are we climbing? What the fuck? So he's got his infusion. He's got greases. Irony just has greases. Raydance has Gaius Skidoo. He's killed more shit, I think. Like the Deathblight Lion. Don't bite the chair. Don't bite the chair. The Deathblight Lion doesn't give very much money. The Tree Sentinel literally gives 0 runes. Stop biting the chair! Jesus. Fuck. Ugh. Stop it. Oh my goodness. Edge. Ugh. The this gives no money. The Falling Star Beast gives a bit. Devonia gives nothing. Oh my days. Anyway, fuck. Romina gives a lot. Gaius gives a lot, and Skidoo. So like, we know Dan is fucking juiced, and Irony isn't. And like, Dan does do a nice job catching up, but like, it's so absurd to really think that you're gonna make up like a whole minute of progress if your opponent just like snap ported to High Road and went for it. She grabs so much with her paws. Yeah, she's very paw-oriented. Oh my. I mean, I'm perfectly happy to keep throwing the ball for her then, rather than her jump attacking me. Claw Talisman. So yeah, I mean, he did catch up. Like, this is a not a lot of health remaining, but still a little crazy, a little delulu perhaps. But he is ahead on the south, so like maybe he's like, yeah, if I've got Senesax if I need it, like, but I'd love to not do it. Maybe that was the thought process, but probably better just keep going because he kind of needed this time, to be honest. Let's see, more notes. The commentary did miss that Irony grabbed this Grace. Like, they thought he was going back to Dragon's Pit when he dies here. This was kind of a crazy way to run. Like, if he's trying to get to Senesax, like, I don't know in what world you just, like, run through the middle of the dragons. Like, no respect to the getting obliterated by fire. Like, he's like, what the fuck? How dare? But, like, just go around. Like, we're running right through the middle of the like, literally kill you on torrent fight. Like, come on, dude. Just go around. But anyway, Dan, this is a little interesting because, like, actually, no, this is very interesting because what happens here is Dan marks Egon's finger, and Irony knows that he just fought Egon's Drakes, like, right here, basically. But he also knows that, like, Dan has drunk his physic, has probably healed a few times, and it probably wants to rest. So, and the other thing is, like, Irony had been running through here without all that shit because he just killed ADM. Like, he was down a couple flasks, he was down his physic and stuff. So, like, the death actually reset him to, like, having rested status. And Dan, meanwhile, has, like, absolutely nothing. Like, he's got 4 flasks, no physic, even missing a little bit of health as well. So, like, no ritual, sword for free, all that shit. And so Irony kind of makes the decision here to just, like, you know what? I'm just gonna try it, which I think is a pretty valid decision. Because, like, hypothetically, Dan has to go up to Senesax's Grace up above and then, like, sit, rest, come back down. And Dan, I think, actually makes a really clever play here because he realizes that he cannot fight Senesax like this. So he's just like, Actually, did he hesitate? I was curious what he did, like what his routing was. Yeah, yeah. He was kind of like, I want to go up here, but no, this is faster. And I think he's correct. I think it was faster for him to die here, but it wasn't that much faster. And then he would have had that grace. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. But I think this was a nice read by Irony to just like start the fight like he's full gas, like all set. If like Dan could like either like start the fight with no juice or go up and get the grace, like he's hypothetically ahead. I don't know. I thought this was a cool read. But like the damage is just so fucking bad for him. I mean, it's bad for Dan too, and Dan was way more juiced. Um, yeah, really nice looking Senna's X fights from both of these guys. Like I have to get a little bit better at the head tech stuff. Like Dan is Dan's Senna's X looks better than mine, and I've been playing the DLC for a lot longer than he has, so that's kind of embarrassing. So yeah, I gotta do a little head tech session at some point. But like he locks in, has a really long tiresome fight, and props to Irony for being like, this shit is taking forever. Like look at the damage. Look at that. Look at that. Ugh. It looks like a rot tick when he hits. It's so atrocious. So good on him for realizing that like this is just ass. Like he does get a little far into the fight, like a third, and he's just like, nah. But then here I think is where he makes his big mistake. That's disrespectful to rot ticks. Real. This is, I think, where he makes his biggest mistake, and I think this is where Tom was saying that like Irony totally could have just like stolen this game. If he goes and gets the upgrade materials here, like this is big because he does just need like the one more hippo, and then like he's up here for Bale, and then it's kind of like a race. Like Dan's also up here, so like maybe Dan just beats him to Bale. Irony's Bale looked really good though, but Dan does have the fingers. Like maybe he can't actually do it. Actually, what is he doing? Does he not grab the stones? I don't know that that's entirely true, Reaver. As Tom was saying, like Irony has played like a lot of community bingo before. He's just like never done the brawlers thing. So I would imagine that Irony has more bingo games to his name than Dan does. I would not be surprised. Yeah, just fully skips the stones. No, does he grab this one? Well, he's got a forge done already, so he has this stone that he's running up to right now. He has this one. He grabs it anyway. Maybe he wasn't sure which stone that was, but that's the one that he already has. There is a somber 10 stone up there just on the ground, so he could have very easily gotten the square for from that by just porting back the back section after grabbing that. And that maybe costs him the game. So little bit of a maybe just like doesn't know about that one thing. Just didn't know about that particular stone. Yeah, maybe. Actually, hang on. The puppy's crying. We're gonna go potty. Yeah, don't be in the house. Don't be in the house. Be right back. It. Go ahead. Okay, well, she didn't pee, so I'm gonna give her food, I guess. But if she pees on my floor after that, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. Ugh, so pissed. All right, back to it. Yeah, big pivot, but again, missed the. I'm just catching up back up on where I was in the notes. What did I miss at 108? I typed greases. What was I complaining about? Dan buys greases. I feel like I'm just like, you know what? Why are we... I don't know. The amount of time, like, warping back and buying greases versus just, like, having a cold infusion. Like, oh my god. At some point, I need to just, like, do a little seminar, I feel, about cold infusion and why, like, greases and heavy just... I feel like they just waste time. Like, because, like, every time that you port and buy, you waste, like, almost a minute of time or something. And, like, there's just no way... Or just use the somber, sure. But, like, there's no way that, like, having heavy and frost grease is going to save you more time in a fight than just having cold on your weapon every single time. It's also, there's, like, lots of little shit that it's nice to kill. And, like, you don't necessarily want to use a grease on every single thing. I don't know. I'm not about it. Also, like, you have to find the time to grease in the fight and stuff. Like, Raidens can't get a convenient grease here, so he has to, like, waste time in the fight to apply the grease. I don't know. I'm so overseeing, like, late game greases and stuff. But anyway, that'll be a topic for another time. After he does the burn, pretty nice mesmer. Clears his trap debuff and then starts going for hippos. But, like, there's painting rewards on the board, bro. There's painting rewards. So, like, I don't know about this golden hippo thing. Like, this, I would have rather him go down and do frenzy, grab the painting, get the hippos down there. This golden hippo just takes, like, a while to run to and a while to fight, and in frenzy, both the hippos are on the same spot. It's gotta be faster. It's gotta be faster. And, like, who cares about the 2 skidoo and the extra runes at this point from the hippo? It's like, you're so juiced. Related rant upsetting that Nature's Miracle got bought out by large-scale hedge funds and they no longer use. What the hell? What are any of those things? So yeah, I would have rather see the frenzy hippos, like, again, maybe or not again, I didn't mention this yet, but maybe unlikely to win the painting reward square because it's, like, in a line that needs to be blocked, like, but, like, I don't know, you have no evidence that Irony is up the Jagged Peak yet, and, like, this is one of your Jagged Peak squares, so I think, like, from Raidan's perspective, it's probably nice to, like, keep closing out on those Jagged Peak squares because they're good, so, like, go kill the hippos after, I don't know. Is it Iron U? I've been told, I've been told it's Iron E, and then, like, on cast they were told it's Iron E. Is it Iron U? I mean, I assume you would know because you know him the best, I think, out of the people that I know. I'll say it whatever way that should watch the DRL cast. I will not. You can't pay me to. But okay, so it's Iron Ua, Iron Ua. Okay, I'll go with Iron U or Iron Ua. You saw someone in chat say there used to be a guy who could no-hit Rolana, but he's jacking it now. That's probably somebody from here. That's probably somebody from here. Used to. I'll put my Rolana pants back on and show all of you at some point. Not right now. All right, whatever. Iron U. Well, I'll go back to Iron U, sure. Iron U. fine. I iron you a, but whatever he wants to be called. I just don't know. I don't know who's right. I assume Tom's right. Tom's always right. Okay. Where were we? So Dan loses paintings. He probably would have lost it either way, but again, would have had like the better hippos. Again, I think in the dark, it's probably better to go down and get those hippos to like keep competitive on the paintings. But whatever. He does get it done relatively quickly, so no big deal. Just wanted to make a point of that. What is this note that I have? Oh, right. After Dan does the hippo, I made a note, and then I went back and typed some like question marks, like, wait, am I right about this? The note was Dan is full sending Iris of Occultation here, and I'm like, why is he doing this? And I was like, oh, right, the dancing lion. He maybe thinks that like Iron You went to Bellerot. And so I was like, I guess, like, if it were me, I would not be full sending Iris, but like, I also like killing the Deathrite bird. I'm pretty sure we're chewing on the pieces, baby. Give me that shit. Good puppy. Um, yeah, he wanted. I mean, yeah, getting 12 squares is great. I was like, I don't know. I just thought it was a little strange, but worked out just fine. I guess like, okay, a lot of people have different ideas about where the hyper late game begins. Like for me, hyper, like when I say like hyper late game, that's like the split progress o'clock. Like for me, it begins at 11. For a lot of people, I think it begins at 12. So like for me, I like splitting once I get to 11 squares. Like splitting 3 squares is relatively cozy and not too challenging. But like once you get to 12, like you can split 2 or full send something dumb or whatever. I'm not a big fan of full sending something dumb just because like sometimes your opponent guesses right, like Tom did against blanks. So like I'd rather split progress where it's like basically mathematically impossible for me to get beat. So I feel like that occurs at 11. So when people go and like try and get 12 as fast as they possibly can, I'm like, I feel like because then you kind of start like a cycle. And like if you're caught full sending something in the late game, that's how your opponent like catches you and gets back into the game. So like if hypothetically Dan got sniped on Occultation, and then like tries to psycho send something else to get to 12 and then gets sniped again, like that's kind of like what happened to Blanks, I think, in a way when he got comeback against Tom. Like I don't know. I feel like I feel like I'm right because I feel like when I get to 11, there are so few games that I lose, or like when I get to 11 before my opponent. So I don't know. I feel like the way that I do it is correct. I don't know. Like none of us have like the truth or whatever, but I just prefer to split at 11 rather than 12. Kind of for that reason, just to like prevent getting unlucky. When you have a lead, 12 is usually the best play, but when it's close, okay, so like the closer it is to like 10-10 or whatever, the more likely you are to split earlier rather than, yeah, sure. I think like if it's not as close, then it's less important to split. Like, but like it's not a, it's close here. Like it's certainly not a blowout. Yeah, he's happy to see that bail. That would be too, because he's like about to mark Occultation for sure. I was thinking he could probably pivot a little bit at this point, but again, if this was Bellerot Dancing Lion, then you'd want to keep going. So depends on how he read that square, I think. You'll try the 11 thingy this week. Hashtag don't tell anyone. or in practice, not in the official. I don't know. I like 11. 11 is my magic number. Blank said 12 is his. I always like 11. Um. Anyway, this game is more or less wrapped up. Blanks does some nice splitting here. He's like, or sorry, Blanks. Radiance does some nice splitting here, as was mentioned on commentary a lot. Like he kept more alive, so more is in Letta, Hornsense in Letta. So Letta and Iron U doesn't know this, so like leaving Iron U to Letta makes a lot of sense because you've shown burn, but like you really don't want to do it. So like hypothetically, Iron U can't sit on it forever. So just go do something else. So and he does actually, or no wait. No. Yeah. So he splits the drop talismans and Yolan a little bit, which do have some synergy in routing. So yeah, perfectly reasonable way to close it out at 12. No notes at that point. All right. On to the Swed Tom game. Games. Was there anything to look at in the classes? Wow. I feel like people didn't, or you guys didn't grab the Jawbone Axe. What was in the starting classes that you guys went with? I know there was int on the board. Was it just like not enough int for you? 9? That is not a lot. You got a pretty good raying emote out of the Ansbach fight. Feel free to add it, or like post the link and I'll add it here if you want. I don't mind. Okay, so let's see, because I missed starting class looking. Jawbone Axe. I guess it's -2, which is kind of weird, actually. Just not a strength, I guess. Raptor Talons is good. Dueling Shield's pretty decent. Frenzy Flame Perfume. Crossbow. What else was there? More perfumes. Okay, there's the Troll's Hammer that Tom went with. Dryleaf Arts Mace. That's what Swed went with. So he went with Wieldable off rip. Yo, what up, Rusty? We're doing post-game analysis on the matches today from the Bingo Brawlers stuff. Okay, so you must have been at least like a little interested in the Wild Strikes, but I guess it wasn't like super important for this board, the Wild Strikes. Maybe. Probably your worst start ever. Yeah, this was a tough one. Wieldable and 15 int for Swed. Yeah, I think that was a pretty decent call. And Tom's weapon is kind of hard to... Why did you go with the Colossal? I feel like starting with Colossal when there's like other pretty decent options kind of tough. Swed named his character Tom Destroyer. That's funny. Alright, let me add that real fast. Yeah, that's not too bad. A little edited, but not too bad. Did it work? It's thinking. I don't know why it's thinking so long, but it's thinking. Do I need to refresh or something? Oh yeah, there it goes. There we go, there we go. Hell yeah. They're all edited to some degree. It looked like mine wasn't like super edited based on what I was doing at the time. I do like move kind of quickly, so okay, so Agilig North versus Gatefront. Mine is sped up and boomeranged. Oh, okay. So it goes Haligtree, rushes the int. When was my first note? I'm just trying to get my bearings a little bit. Oh yeah. Swed didn't send the elevator down was a note that I had. Like which is weird because he's kind of waiting for the avatar anyway, and you would want to send the elevator down because of legendary talismans. So like I thought that was a little bit of a whiff, but not a huge deal. Actually, it's kind of a big deal because like that's definitely one of the best talismans to get, and if you don't send the elevator back down, it's really annoying to get back up there. Okay, gets the money, does the thing, slams the int. Getting upgrades in Shifra and Scar Seal progress. Then goes Haligtree here. I'll be honest, I didn't make like a ton of notes in the base game like as it was happening because I assumed Tom was like doing the right thing. I was mostly looking at what Swed was doing. So I'll be winging it a little bit more than I normally do for this one because like I feel like there are probably some Tom notes that I just didn't take at the time. So I'll be a little bit more deliberate about keeping an eye on Tom as we go. So like the going to Haligtree here is a little interesting. Does send the elevator down, obviously. His brain is fucking enormous. Dude, look at this thing. Look at this goddamn thing. Where's my marker? Look at this. Look at this thing. There's so much brain in there. It's crazy. Getting a huge elevated charged attack from the high grounds. Big stagger from Swed. Nicely done. I guess okay, so actually no, I know why he did this. He needed to go to Haligtree because he started with that colossal. So he had to make like a bit of a time sacrifice in order to just make it wieldable. I wish he was still here. I feel like he fucked off. Because I wanted to know why he chose the colossal because like for this reason. Like it's a lot of work to get set up. And we check Haligtree, there's not really another good option there. He buys the broadsword for later and gets some good use out of it, I think. Which is nice. Didn't Swed get Death's Poker? Not that I saw. He may have got it like way later or something. But yeah, I would say this was not a particularly Tom-coded start. He will VOD review me reviewing him tomorrow. Will he actually? He might. Did he say that? Yo, Versace. Thank you so much. Thank you. I haven't plugged this yet, but once the VOD or like the actual published version goes up on the Bingo Brawlers official channel, if you guys enjoyed the commentary from that match of Gray versus Twisty, my commentary debut, it would mean the absolute world to me if you could drop a positive comment or give a like to other positive comments about my commentary. It's something I would love to do some more of, and I think the main way that I would get the opportunity to do so again is if like there's a bunch of positive feedback from the community saying that you'd like to see me again on commentary. So that's kind of the next step in my campaign is like I got there, I got to do it, but now I got to go back and you know, just like how we say the second month sub is the most important with viewers because it means that people are there enjoying their time, committing that second month. The second broadcast is also the most important broadcast because then it means that I'm not just a random one-off guest. So, got you, lie in the comments. Hey, if you feel like it, I will not say no. So I got Helfins. Yeah, but it was too late to matter. Yeah. That's right. People were saying in the comments during the matches that I was doing a good job. Yes, but like I think it's much more likely that Domo will read comments on like the main video rather than like I don't think he'll go back and rewatch the entire Twitch VOD and read every single comment that happens. I don't know if he was like reading it live or anything, but yeah. The more the better. The more just like the more the better. Yo, Hero of Time. Thank you so much for continuing the gift sub that you got from Jace. Appreciate that. I don't know why it doesn't pop up a lot of the time. I don't know why that doesn't happen. But thank you. Also, I think, okay, so I've had the like give Phoebe or chat gives Phoebe a treat sub goal, like daily sub goal before running this like big running total to get to the land finals. But I still want to keep doing that. So for like roughly every 15 subs or for like the first 15 subs in a day, I'm gonna give Phoebe a treat. So I think we've like just about crossed that. I can't remember, so I'm gonna go do that. We're gonna go find and give Phoebe a treat. All right, and since this treat is from chat, we give it from chat's POV. So, Phoebe, go to bed. Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't run into the wires. Phoebe, around here. Go to bed. Lay down. Lay down. Wait, what the fuck? The camera's frozen. Did she yoink it out? The camera died. I'll have to toggle it on and off. That work? Nope. No, the Phoebe cam. All right, whatever. We'll do it. We'll do it up here. Get over here. All right. Here. There is treat. There is treat. Oh, yeah. A little bit trickier to do from that angle. All right. Anyway, we back. And then back to the notes. I actually missed some, I think. Oh, I had made a note that I wasn't like super excited about like column 2, like Swed putting a lot of resources into that, like with the int and Agil plus 0 both being like int is kind of a taxing square, Agil plus 0 can be a little trolly, and like this column 2 is like really not bingoable. But it does put some pressure. It's like Tom's just gonna get the scar seals, right? So it's like but yeah, he didn't like he Swed continued on with the scar seals insofar as just like getting the stones. So like really he didn't like waste a bunch of time on it or something. So still having that 3-0, having the O'Neal snipe, all very good for Swed. Next note was at 13 minutes. Where I like Swed's just like it's just what I said actually that he's not really going for this. He's like eyeing it up, but it's more about getting the stones that he needs. And one of the things so Swed has kind of like in his base game playstyle, there's two Sweds. It's like there are two wolves meme or whatever. Oh wait, what the fuck? Just realized the light got fucked. Hello. Wait, was that why I was so pink? No wait, now I'm more pink. What the hell? I don't know, whatever. Everything's breaking today all of a sudden. Good thing I have a day off tomorrow. I'll spend some time fixing some shit. Like the Phoebe cam. That's very important. Swed is kind of two modes. There are two Sweds. There is there's happy Swed, good Swed, well-behaved Swed, and then there is evil Swed. Gotta get the mustache. So, good Swed is a Swed who gets his weapon online. This is good Swed. And usually, like, sometimes it's not always, like, the best weapon online. Like, sometimes it's like, oh, I'm not gonna do FSB. Kind of like how we saw Raydans do in the game in base. But, like, just kind of AFKs a little bit more to go get the stones. But still like gets his weapon online in a timely manner and is gaming. Like kind of more conforming to how people play the base game. We'll give Evil Sweat a top hat as well. And then Evil Sweat is like, I am going to go to plus 12 because those are the convenient smithing stones, and I'm never going to upgrade again, and I'm just going to Giga Chad face roll everything that I come across, and it's going to fucking work. Until it doesn't. So that's kind of the problem. That's kind of the problem with Evil Sweat. Like, Dark Sweat can do some pretty crazy shit. Like, this game, he fucking kills Nile and Misbegotten Crusader plus 12. Like, that is very impressive. However, he does noticeably slow down as the game goes on. And there were a few times that I was, like, screaming at him to get more upgrades. This first little upgrade thing that he did while still contesting Scar Seals, that was good sled. We'll get even a little bit more detailed here. Wait, does he need teeth? That's cursed as fuck. I shouldn't have given him teeth. Anyway, that was good boy Swed. Like, continuing to keep up with upgrades, all that kind of stuff. It doesn't look like a turtle. But then, like, from here on out, and what, like, one thing about, like, how practice happens a lot of the time is, like, the analogy that I want to use is, I'm going to do more art because I think it's fun. When you have, like, it's like that analogy of the car and the, this is a dog. And the dog. The dog is chasing the car. And then the dog finally catches the car. And then the dog doesn't know what to do. Like, oh, I caught the car. And this is kind of how I felt with Sweat in this game, where he's like, I am actually legitimately beating the nuclear pasta Thomas, and the dog has caught the car, and I have no idea what to do. Because, like, he's just like, well, I guess I just keep marking squares. But there's kind of something missing from this board. If you scan this board, there's no way to get your 6 Somber Stone. No way at all. So, like, there's nothing in the board that helps him find the right time to go get that magic stone that allows you to go to +9 or above. Because he already went to Haligtree, so he has the 9 stone, but he's just got no way to get this thing, which is a big problem. And, like, the thing that he needed to do this game was find a spot when he was in control of the game and could go do that. And I think it was, like, right about now. He had one threat blocked. He's got a threat here. He's got a threat here. Like, now is the time to go and, like, I don't know, whatever the resolution to this analogy is. Like, he caught the car. It's time to let the car go and start catching the car again or something. But whatever. Squeak the horn. Bite the horn and squeak it. But, like, this is the time to just, like, go into that FSB tunnel, grab the stones, and move on with life. But, like, it's just like, oh, I'm marking squares against Tom. Tom only has 1 square. I must be doing something right. This feels so good. And of course it's Tom. So Tom is chipping away at shit over time. So, like, the more and more that you just kind of, like, don't keep up with Tom's Mondo head synergies, because remember, you're fighting this thing. This is your opponent. And it's, like, it's enormous and glorious and very, very powerful. So in order to take that on, you have to, like Sweat has to have this, like, really powerful early game, but then he's got to keep going. He's got to accelerate. He's got to keep being greedy with the synergies and stuff. And then he's just got to, like, continue to lock in and not just kind of get a little lost in the sauce. So this upgrade here is perfect, but, like, we needed more, I think. Like, this is the time. You're up 4-2. You have, like, Tom is also going to have a hard time finding the time to go get that +9 or +10 or +8 or whatever. And so, like, being able to sense that time, because now, all of a sudden, now that Tom has marked this, if Swed were, like, already basically in that FSB cave grabbing the stones, he could be like, okay, I'll just upgrade and then do whatever. But, like, now it's kind of like, now there's a threat. Now there's this here. And it's like, now you want to be back on the board. and it's hard to pull yourself away uh from the feeling of wanting to be on the board rather than getting upgrades. So I think there was a window after this drops Ashes of War square was marked. I clicked black for some reason. But there was a time in there to go and get the five smithings. If there's no +6 squares, Swed will stay +5 always. Yeah, more or less. Unless he does the AFK gameplay, but I think he's more or less moved away from that. Can I make the video quality better? Maybe. I don't want to take down my screen or my stream. Nah, it's at 720p. It's as good as I'm gonna let it be. Okay. The next note I have was back here. Actually, I skipped over it while talking about sweat upgrading. So what Tom is doing here is like really, really good. Let me go back even further. When he's at 2. So when he's at 2 Limgrave bosses, actually even further. Where was his second one? Okay. So Tom has one, like this is where Tom like actually gets back into the game, is like right here while Swed's marking Ashes of War and then like not getting further upgraded. This is where Tom gets back into the game. He's upgraded a little bit because he already did the Scar Seals, and then it's all about this square, like pumping some juice out of this square. And I really, really like what he does, because hypothetically you could go like a bunch of horse bosses out of Limgrave Weeping and like maybe one cave or something. But what he does is he diversifies very, very nicely. He has an Everjail already. He does a cave. He does a horse boss. He opens up Stormvale with Margit for paintings, for Godric's Great Rune, for bow only potentially, for tree spirits, like all like Tom just milks the maximum amount of milk from Limgrave bosses and just splatters that milk all over the board. So like no matter what he needs to do, he's gonna have some progress there. And that I think is what makes Tom so like powerful in like comeback mode on majority, is like when he splatters his milk, it's just like always like he's gonna get some use out of it somewhere, and that's like really, really nice. It's like how he comes out of nowhere and just like claims a bunch of squares, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, where did this prio come from? Oh, yeah. So yeah, and like he doesn't win all of it, but that's not the point. Like he doesn't need to win all of it. He just needs to win like most of it. Like he loses caves to Swed. Like Swed steals this away, which was really nice. But he at the same time he does get the horse bosses eventually. He gets the Everjails eventually, and then he marks like a bunch of the Stormvale stuff. So like all of this that he's doing right now is what sets him up to come back on majority. And like a big like you may say like, well, Jack, really the main thing was like this ancestor spirit play. It's like, well, yes, that's true, but at the same time, like Tom was in a position to make that comeback like because of this play here. And like even if Tom gets sniped on Ancestor Spirit, I still think there's game to be played. Like this snipe brought Tom into the driver's seat for the first time, but I still think Tom was in the game. Like even if he loses Ancestor Spirit, it would be a big snipe for Swed. It would be huge, but I still, I mean, we'll get to it. We'll get to it in a bit, and we'll see. Maybe it was more lights out if Swed closes that out than I'm remembering, but I was starting to feel like kind of from this point that Tom's getting back into the game already. Let's see. 20 minutes is the mark. Okay, so I made a note about Swed going Radon here. What was the note? I wrote that I like Radon for V-Swed here, but it's probably time to upgrade more. So once again, probably another time to upgrade, because like again, if this is your kind of main lose condition, I don't know. I've beat it to death actually. I'm just gonna skip this note. We just keep going. So Tom starts to show the column 5. Oh wait, so it dies. Oh yeah, he just ran out of stamina. Yeah. It wasn't greedy. Wait, what? I'll let you handle that. I'll let you handle that. So Tom shows his column 5 here, right? When does he do this? Oh, right, with the restore. So the restore to block out the row 5, like this also shows Swed that the column is a problem. Um so like Swed, like, okay, so this row is dangerous, but it's slow. This column is more of a 5 alarm fire type territory because you know Tom has Limgrave Weeping bosses, which is like very likely 2 caves. So if Tom hypothetically has 2 caves done from, like, we know it's only one, but hypothetically it could be. If Tom has 2 caves from Limgrave Weeping bosses and heads for Crusader right now, then Swed's priced into Renala summons to block, and Tom gets a super free block on this row with Leonine, and Swed's momentum in the game is cooked. So this was a pretty heads up play from Swed to just be like, you know what? Fuck it. I have plus 12, but this weapon has bleed. There's frost grease in the cave. I'm just gonna like, I got like less vigor than a mouse. I'm just gonna full send this Misbegotten Crusader and it's gonna work. Whoops. And this was a really, really sick moment from Swed. Like big ball energy right here. Again, probably wouldn't mind seeing him upgrade, but I think like this is the right point to not upgrade because he has the where do you get this greatsword check? where do you yeah. This was the right time because, like, again, this is 5 alarm fire. This is the right time to skip upgrades and just go for it as is in Parage. And it worked out very nice. He has a very nice fight. Obviously hitless because if he gets hit, he dies. And bang, huge. And then he steamrolls the caves. And commentary, it was actually like, Tom is super frustrated here. I was wondering what you were thinking because I feel like Swed going for caves after this is like relatively not surprising because like Swed got the hardest, slowest caves, so just like bulldozing the rest of it just to have a square and build something new on a new line seems totally fine. But when he marks it, Tom kind of like has a uncharacteristically visible reaction. You didn't realize he had one? Oh. You'll see when you recognize it. Wait, had you ported for it to start going? Damn, that's like the most animatedly angry I've ever seen Tom. Dude, wait. Strawberry Jam, you're NPTing emote. It's right here. Wait, hang on. Is there a magnifier? Oh shit, that's not the right thing. Hold on, let me do this on the other monitor in case I dock something. Magnifier. I don't give a fuck about your updates. Wait, can I like zoom just a specific region? Whatever, fuck this thing. I don't know how it works. But yeah, I got to see that face again. It's so good. Ding. Oh my god, it's so good. I just like hear a sound effect with it. Oh my god. Anyway. Yeah. I mean, this was a spectacular game. This one in particular. Again, I got a little like, I don't know if bored is the right way to say it. I got a little like woozy in the DLC game just from like, I don't really know what's going on. Never seen him snarl like that. Yeah, that's true. Tomming. Nuking? I don't know. Nuking. That could be a good one. A good way to do it. Obviously going Loretta here is like peak. So you have NPTing, which is Horaloo. Gotcha. No tomming. Yeah, so Swed getting set up for Ancestor already. It's tough. So like one of the comments that I wanted to make about this Ancestor Spirit Square, like when we'll skip ahead to like so Swed like preps it, nothing's marked yet, blah 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 blah. He's prepping the the Crispal Misbegotten Duo. And then he sees Tom mark the Letta horse boss, or Loretta horse bosses square. And he knows he's got all the lanterns lit, but like one thing that we kind of take for granted sometimes is that players, we do feel like we like to credit players with knowing like how long something takes and like knowing how long to sit on something, but that is often due to experience with having raced it before or timed it before or whatever. And like I don't know what it is, but like this square just like doesn't show up very much, and it's raced even less. So I would not say that like many people have a good idea of exactly, or like a good feeling of exactly how long, if my opponent started to rush this, like how long I could sit on it if I have all the lanterns lit. Like, I don't know, in my head I'm like 3 minutes maybe, but like I don't know. Yo, heading out here at time. All right, thanks so much for hanging out, dude. Mitch was losing it here. Yeah, I don't know. I liked Swed's idea to like attempt this fight, but I do think that when he died, he probably should have gone and pivoted back for it. He also was not light load here. And again, very low vigor because of the 30 int. The Misbegottens are a lot easier to fight on light load than they are on mid load. And especially because again, he's low damage. We're just plus 12 smithing. This is once again, this is evil Swed. So evil Swed only has plus 12, dark Swed. So like he can't just like perma stagger the Misbegotten with like the great sword. Like he'll like he can do it a little bit, but he'll run out of stamina. He no hit Crusader. Yeah, the thing is he was light load and he's trying to fidget with it here, and then I think it like gets him killed again, right? Does he die twice? So now he is light load, so now it should be a lot easier for him. This time was successful. Okay, but it just like takes so long because again, the evil Swed left him at plus 12. I mean, Tom is also similar upgrades as well. Look at Mitch go. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, if he had gotten upgraded earlier here, like this fight goes a lot quicker. His ancestor fight goes a lot quicker, and then he's fine. But like even so, there is still this going on. So like I still, even though again, like I was saying a little earlier, we look at this at the time. Like even though, like if Swed gets this and this diag is still a problem. I don't know, and like this column isn't a problem for Tom because he's 2 Everjails deep. So like he's got the block here that would leave a functional what? That would leave a functional plus 2 to Swed, so 9 to 6 after an Ancestor Spirit snipe. But Tom has a live diagonal. He's also got like the sneaky painting, which, or no wait, he doesn't have that yet because Incance hasn't been done. But yeah, I don't know. I think Tom can win a 9 to 6 from here. It does certainly make it tough. It does certainly make it tough though. I think like this is really all right. It's Tom Glaze a clock a little bit here because like what Tom does after getting this Ancestor Spirit is perfect, and it's kind of what Swed needed to do. So he smokes this thing, and it's immediately like, all right, now the game is actually firmly in my control. This is upgrade a clock. This is go make sure there's like no dangling reasons why I might fall behind. So now this is plus 9. Actually, it's probably plus 10. Oh no, wait, you get the stone later. But yeah, now is upgrade time, 100,000%. Like even if I didn't know what was gonna happen this game, I'm sure he's gonna go upgrade. Yeah, he even thought about it. He's like, I go out to Liurnia. Oh wait, never mind. Let's go get our stones. I'm still plus whatever. Yo, Faraday Rage, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. So yeah, this is perfect game sense. I'm in control of the game now. Time to get upgraded. Make sure that there's nothing, no further reason that I could fall behind from here. And Swed like ported here for the rock grease, and I was like, oh shit, he's getting stones. That's sick. But you thought Swed was plus 9 here. But do you still think that? Because he is plus 12. But you just assumed in game. I'm assuming. Even after Crusader, you thought he did Crusader +9? I mean, yeah, you could, I guess, but yeah, it just gets the rot grease, pivots out. He has a really nice Nile fight, and I know he doesn't like that fight very much. So I was really impressed with it, but it's just like a little slow. It's tough. Like, yeah, he's definitely not in control of the game anymore. Um, yeah, I guess like if he does, well, he still has to sort the diagonal. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It didn't go that way. You thought he went. Oh, you thought Swed was +9 somber. Yeah. Yeah. Classic Swed. And he you had that feeling like he probably should have been, you know. Um okay, so then I wrote at 44. I actually forgot to reset this note when he warped to Lake of Rot. I made a note that like, okay, Swed finally upgrades, good, and then he just didn't, and I forgot to replace my note. But I did notice that he did not. Um, One other thing that he does here, I think, is Tom marks something else. Tom marks ever jails. Where is Swed? Because Swed, I think, probably should have grabbed this grace. Okay, he's already going up the ladder, so he skipped a grace here for the Castle Soul painting. Not like a huge deal. You can like do the skip and come back. But it is just a little bit faster, and it also means that you don't take damage on Torrent on the skip, so like you have more flasks if you get hit and don't get killed somehow. Not a huge difference, but Castle Soul painting could have been huge for this. Again, Swed is not in Stormvale, so this painting square is a little tricky for him. First time someone is doing that Everjail. This Everjail is great because he comes back for the painting later, and so he has the grace for it. It was a really, really cool Everjail. Really, really cool choice. Also, like, the fourth Everjail is, like, always a little funky. So, like, getting that one was really nice. If I watch the fights with the Colossal, that's why you chose it. I'm not looking that deep into the board when I'm picking my starting class. I'm. It's like, is there a like giga late game boss like a Melania and something that's good for that? Oh, that was fast. Yo, what up, cool cats? And then like, is there something that I want to do off rip? But I'm never like, what do I want in the middle? Like, what weapon do I want for like the mid game? Never ever thinking about that. Maybe I should. Maybe someday I'll be smart enough to hold the entirety of the brain, or the hold the entirety of the board in my brain at the start of the game at any given purpose. But we can see. Oh wait, I can't write on top of. Hang on, let me see. Can I do this? We're gonna get creative. We're gonna get creative with the tool. We can compare. Versus. I mean, I'm scaled up, right? I'm scaled up. So like, I don't know. I think we got a plus here, and we maybe have like half a plus here. So I'm at a disadvantage. At a little disadvantage in terms of board reading. Tom and Mitch totally missed, or Dom and Mitch missed Tom getting the painting. Yeah, I made a note of that at the time. At 51 minutes, I wrote huge painting synergy when he goes for the incantations. I was a little surprised you went for this one in order to route Leon in here because you had the grace down below. But I guess it like saves you like a couple bucks, and you're like pretty close to the limit. Like you're around 45k. So like getting this extra incants. Although actually you had the Crucible Knight incant. I don't know, whatever. I probably wouldn't have bothered grabbing this, but it's fine. And then like the big paintings race. Like Swed made a mistake in it, but I don't think it would have mattered. You needed one more, really? Because you did, hang on. No, you didn't. You went this way. So you didn't have to get in Altus. You hadn't been to Altus yet? You did all of this through Roundtable. I mean, there was Grace Synergy. Like, you could have gotten, like, a Grace for Tree Spirits. You go there anyway. Whatever. I don't know. Is Incants like that much of a rush for you at this time? Like Swed's doing Haligtree Medallion. Like Swed is very obviously here. I feel like you had time to go get a. You thought it was important. Okay, fair enough. You never know what feels like important in the moment. Yeah. Oh, because he had money. Yeah. I feel like I would credit Swed with like Swed's typically a good boy about closing down lines in a timely manner, so I would expect him to be more or less full sending this and not going for incants, but yeah, the painting was sick. Gets the whatever tree spirit, yeah, and then you just kind of go on a tear with your better weapon. Then the last kind of big thing that happens is the tree spirits. Yo, thank you 4K damage for the follow. Welcome on in. Is there a painting in Castle Soul? There is. It's pretty dangerous to get to. Sirius claims that he has it 100% solved, and I told CBD that, and CBD laughed at him, so. But what does CBD know? Anyway, so Swed gets Godric for the paintings. So he now has the painting in Stormvale. He's a little ahead on these. Oh, wait, okay, so you go and get the Grace in Raya, and then you start paintings. Swed takes the time to get the talisman, but he also doesn't have the elevator up in Haligtree. This painting's you realized on the lift, right? That painting was at risk. Yeah. Swed did have, I don't know if you talked about this in the post game or whatever, or if this is going to be news. Swed had a little bit of a an issue with the Limgrave painting of all things. So Swed takes the only mistake that he has made so far is deviating for one of these. So he's got like a third of this square. Then he warps to the wrong Grace. He warps, or no, wait. Yeah. Yeah. Hang on, I'm going to back that up a little. So he needs to, okay, so he gets the painting. He needs to go here, because then it's just a little jaunt over that way. Like it's honestly so small I can't even like mark on the thing like how small the run is. It's like this long, and then he has the church, and then it's just here. So like that's all the running he has to do. But instead he accidentally warps here, and he does like this, which costs him a lot of time. So he goes to Storm Hill, and then you see an expression on his face when he realizes that this is not the right Grace. He's like, wait a minute. Loading. It's like, dot. We keep running. But really, like, the way down is, like, kind of, well, it's kind of like, he's turning. It's like over here. It would have just been faster for him to warp back, but he goes like this way, and then he goes like this way, I think. And like, where the hell is the painting from here? It's like over here. He keeps turning. I don't know. This cost him a good bit of time. Yeah, you also make a little bit of an oopsie poopsie as well. Because you go all this distance, and you're like, oh wait, whoops, the painting, and then like die, right? The menuing was hysterical. The menuing was excellent. This race was spectacular. I would have loved to be commentating on this race. I mean, Swed wasted like a minute, I think. A pretty long time. Also, dot. Bomb. Oh wow, it takes you a good second. Whoops. Oopsie daisies. All right, so Swed gets this one. This is spectacular. The grace menuing. Well, oh god. A little sweat drop. A little monka. It's perfect. All right, Sled finally gets to this painting. And then, did he already grab the paint? I feel like he also did not have the painting in Stormvale. I would have to go back, though. I would have to go back and see. Like, where was the daggers mark? Row 5, column 3. Okay, Butcher's Ensha. Gets the crossbow. Kills Margit. He did have the painting. Okay. He did have it. Yeah. Huh. It was pretty close. It was pretty close then. So yeah, I think like you were going like if both players didn't make mistakes, I think you were ahead. Like realizing kind of in the middle of Raya and having to ride the elevator up and stuff was like a little bit of a setback. But I think like your menuing issue, teleporting and getting aggroed, and then like not realizing that you didn't have the painting for a little bit was like roughly equivalent to Swed warping to Stormhill and not knowing how to get to the painting from there and kind of squirreling around. I think those were like roughly similar time losses. So I think like if you guys both, oh yeah, and the talisman. Okay, maybe if Swed didn't get the talisman, maybe he has it. Really close race either way. I don't know that it was super game deciding, because, like, hang on. If it's 10 to 11 here, what does it look like? If it's 10 to 11, 10 to 11, with this being blue, what does the game look like? Tom needs 3 squares, Swed needs 2, but Tom's ahead in Academy. Tom is ahead on legendary talismans-ish. Because he has the elevator, Swed doesn't have the elevator pulled up in Haligtree. Just has to do the Fort Faroth bit, which is about the same, but is ahead in Academy. So, like, hypothetically, Tom wins... Or wait, that's the wrong color. Tom wins talismans. Probably Renala summon. I think Tom still gets it because he's ahead in Academy. So like maybe he loses one of these, but definitely not both. And then from earlier, you're ahead on the Smithing Stone bell bearings, because you have the grace past the gate and the grace for the tree spirits. And I don't know that Swed has either of those. So like there's still 3 squares that you can get here. Morgoth's Great Rune's still a toss up. So like even if Swed takes like Renala summons or something, then it's like a Morgoth's Great Rune race. So even if you split Academy, it's like still pretty close. And Swed still isn't upgraded as well, by the way. I'm pretty sure. So he definitely doesn't win Morgoth's. So I'm pretty sure that Tom wins even if paintings flips. But yeah, very, very exciting base game. Really, really cool. All right, DLC. I'm gonna do my best to like pay attention to the mid game because like in my notes I have minute 32 to minute 51 as completely blank because I was just sitting on the couch like watching and I'm like, I don't know what they're gonna do. They do that. Okay, cool. That makes sense, I guess. But like So did everything else. And it just kind of repeatedly did that forever and ever and ever. And I'll try and explain, I guess, like why I felt that way in the middle of the game. Um, but yeah, it was a little hard to analyze like what might be going on or what might be mistakes, what might be like big brain, because everything felt midbrain. That maybe that's the best way to describe it, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Starting class wise, there's another long axe game or whatever. What were the other options? There's a claymore. Meh. Spiked club's kind of cool. Spiked club could have been reasonable. Anyway, actually, I'm gonna pay attention to the purchases from Swed. Anything? Did I make a note of anything? No, the note that I made was I missed the starting setup, so I'm gonna take a look at the starting setup now. Okay, rock grease, freeze. So eyeing up statuses. Green burst, thorny makes sense. Crafting kit, whetstone knife, totally. No dragon crest. I remember him not having any defenses. Probably buys these two. No, he didn't buy the ritual sword or the rotten wing. Okay, so no defenses on Swed. He still has enough for Dragon Crest right now, by the way, and his upgrades. Tom, meanwhile, buys. This board was bleh. This board was unbelievably bleh. But so have a lot of them. We'll do our best. I don't know if you were tuned out for a moment, Tom. I have a friend named Todd. I was just saying to everyone that like I had a 20-minute gap in my notes between minute 31 and minute 52 where just like everything was like, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what I would do. Nothing seems like a bad call. Nothing seems like a great call. And you guys were just like marking squares. And I'm like, okay, sure. Why not? Like, what do I analyze here? It's just like you guys had the whole map and like all the juice you needed, and there was no like crazy synergies. It was just like squares to mark and no real rhyme or reason for doing them in any specific order. It's just like I don't know what to say. But you know, we'll get to that part of the game and we'll break it down. Strength tier. Talk to me. Porque strength tier seems weak. Surely there's a reason. More stats is better than Thorny early game. Is it? I guess like because like strength you do get the 50% bonus, but like 10 levels is less than like early game is less than 10% damage. Do you think you keep up less than 10% of Thorny? Like maybe. Maybe that's true. But like having to swap it later kind of sucks. You're lucky you had it, or else you wouldn't have gotten Moonrathil when you did. Really? Okay, actually, one thing I wanted to look at this. Because Swed is sending. He's sending the blessings, but then he pivots off. And so I was curious why he did it this way. I was curious if he hit like a blip or something. Because like you wouldn't typically go for this one first if you weren't planning to finish. So does he get like caught on some shit and he knows that he needs to be like perfect in order to beat Tom, and so he pivots? Oh wait, I was watching Tom. Fuck. The stupid the map. I lost him. You thought he could get both because he thought you were doing cookbook from more off rip? Really? He does get caught on some goats. That would honestly be enough to make me pivot off of this if I was racing you. Well, picks up the Skidoo like roughly the same time, obviously with various stream delays. Who knows? Although I guess the map knows. Okay, he was about a second behind on the teleports on the map. The map. Anyway, I thought he was gonna. I thought you were gonna rush Moore's cook. I mean, it does synergize with the Kindred cookbooks, I guess. Anyway, back to the notes, because I did take notes in the early game. I thought it was interesting and pretty shrewd that he took Furnace rather than Fly for the pots. Because he goes this way. It grabs the Infusion. Huge fan. Infusion is incredibly important. More people should be getting it before they basically kill anything. Doesn't discard the pot, but throws it. I was honestly thinking, like, while they were running around, I was honestly thinking that, like, Sweat hates the lightning ram so much that if he crafted the furnace pot first and then crafted the fire pot to save it for the ram, it could actually make the ram easier. You assumed it was furnace? Yeah, it was a little slow, but, like, part of that was due to him splitting the thingamajig. Blessing. And then you mark blessings. He knows that he doesn't need to do any shenanigans with like the camp here, with like resetting the one ember pickup. Knows that he can just ride to Shadow Altus, that you're probably not going to be able to get that square. You do go back for it, which I thought was a little interesting, but I guess you're just making the run anyway, so who gives a shit? You transition it into Blade of Mercy, which is cool. Taking some time to get upgraded, waiting to see what he's doing. Can the pot one-shot the ram? No, but it'll help. Like, if you think about, if you have like a 50% hit rate on your attacks on like the ram going by or whatever, but like the pot is like, could remove one of the attacks then that you need to hit, then you can like save, you know, like a full rotation around the lake or something. If you didn't upgrade, you think you had the craft pots? What would your other one have been? You think you could get all the way to the Fly Village in time? Or did you grab the embers on the way when you were running through Shadow Altus? I didn't pay attention to that. You had the Mesmer embers? Okay. Maybe. He took a little bit of time. He also had to clear combat. It's like, maybe. That would have been brutal. Waiting to get out of combat. Oh, no, he needed another mushroom. Oh, no, wait, no, he didn't. Whatever, I don't give a shit. It's fine. We move on. Transition to the Blade of Mercy. Nice little use of that time. Swed going back section makes a lot of sense. You're fixing 3-path. What was my next note? This was interesting to me. So Swed goes and does O Mother skip for his back section. But, like, hang on, let me look at what we're actually racing in backside. Because, hypothetically, you would want to go Bonnie skip rather than O Mother skip and get, like, the Great Axe check. Because, like, this axe is good. It's, like, a B+ weapon, maybe? Like, certainly viable. But you could definitely get, like, an Omen Killer Cleaver in the Great Axe check or something. And also, more importantly, like, the kukri for Hanging Pot Bell Bearings. Like, I saw you break it with the horse and stuff, but like you did die. Like, it's not free to do that. So like doing the Bonnie Village run, grabbing and like you could grab the Grace for the jail as well for later. But let's take a look at things that we might be racing in back section, because that would be the reason to do this as quickly as possible. It sounds like from your post game that you're talking about that Sweat is eyeing up doing this cookbook as soon as he possibly can. Oh, wait, this wasn't the game with 3 Kindred cookbooks. Why did he think that this was so strong? I guess it opens up his ability to kill more for the armor set or something? 2? Oh, you're talking about embers. Sorry, I missed that part. Like, this is the only rush square I see back here. Everything, and like this a little bit. Everything else is like just kind of slow and plodding. Like Hitless, I guess, is kind of a potential rush back here. Diag map armor sets. Well, yeah, but if map is one of the considerations, then you would want to get the value that striking out on the map gets you, you know? Like that's the point of map is getting value. And like if we're getting map, you don't need to be like running as fast as humanly possible. Like if you're skipping value, then you want to be rushing at something in order that skipping the value gets you that thing before your opponent. Like you think you're rushing or racing rather. But I don't really see that square. Like hypothetically, secret right scroll would be one of those. Kindred, this is one of those. This is one of those squares. I just don't see why it's like that as important to him. I don't see why it's as important to him as that. Wait, was that intended for me, Tom? Saying it's central on the map and the squares. Central on the map and the squares. I mean, it is just like it's good map for sure. I don't know. I wouldn't skip. I wouldn't want to gamble skipping Omen Killer in order to get to Moore's Cookbook. I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think because like hypothetically, if you lose Moore's Cookbook, like it doesn't destroy your game. Like you're still there, right? You're still in Shadowkeep. Like you still have all the map that you need. But like hypothetically, if your opponent, like if the difference, here's the better way to put it: if the difference in getting the Moore Cookbook was you skipping the Great Axe and your opponent also, or like, and your opponent didn't skip the Great Axe or something, and it was Omen Killer, then like, and you have an Omen Killer for the rest of the game and they don't, like, that's a way bigger advantage than just getting this one square gives you. I think. Like compared to this guy right here, I don't know. It's not like Moore's Cookbook snowballs into anything else. It's just a one-off. Like it's nice on the diag and stuff, but like having a bleed axe is gonna be way better. Not, and again, not that it is Omen Killer. You guys never checked, so we can't know for certain. But there are 2 Omen Killers in the pool, and like Anchor also would have been better. Like more of a marginal upgrade, like B+ to A+, whereas Omen Killer would be like S. There wasn't enough Shadowkeep to really rush it. Yeah, that I think is also just correct. Like that's there is a lot of Shadowkeep. There's just a bunch of random. There's just a bunch of random shit everywhere. Like the more random shit there is everywhere, the more you want just like your own random shit everywhere. I don't know. If Tom remembers the seed, I mean, the seed is posted. I could boot up the seed and go check if I wanted to. You can, yeah, you could check. Yeah, I agree, Zyrak. Like the square is good. I agree with him. It's just I don't think it's worth, like, I don't think like this oh, God. What's a better way to phrase this? Like if you're the first person to mark ADM, like if ADM is on the board, you get like the first crack at whatever's behind ADM. If it's a Hippo board and you kill Hippo first, you get the first crack at whatever's behind Hippo. But when you mark Cookbook first, it doesn't have that same effect. It's like when you see people skip a lot of shit in order to get the square that they really, really want, it's because they want the first crack at whatever's next. Oh, like for the most part, like sometimes Drain, like it's just like there's some squares where you just like that are so magnetic that you know that both players are racing to it, and if you get sniped on it, it like sucks, and like because you know both players are going for it, it makes more sense to skip. Like for example, it's no longer in existence anymore, but 5 crosses. Like 5 crosses is a strong square for rush. Super obvious, we know that. If it's on like a diag or something, like basically you're really incentivized to race it. And when you know both players are going for the same square, it makes a lot more sense to like start skipping skidoos and unnecessary graces along the way in order to win the square. Because like it's basically just you like you both end at the same spot, you both get all the same map or whatever, but like one of you ends up with a square, so it's huge. But like if there's not like that certainty that you're both doing the same thing, it's better to take it easy and just like grab the value. Like if for whatever reason it was like, I don't know, touch like 10 Mikula crosses or some shit. Like you're not racing it like off rip. You're definitely not. So like while it's a square that's like valuable and takes you to a lot of important parts of the map, like skipping Graces and Skidoo isn't really gonna win you the square because there's a lot of other shit people could be doing in between. So like just grab the value along the way. That's kind of like the best analogy I can think of. Like if you're 100% sure that you're racing, skip shit, go as fast as you can. If you are very concerned with whatever the square gates, again, skip shit, go as fast as you can. Burn is another good example. Burn the ceiling tree. If there's stuff in inner limb, then whoever gets burned gets the first crack at whatever's there. So it's like very valuable to like, if you're running through Rao and you already have Mesmer's Ember or whatever to burn the tree, and then you skip Romina's Grace because you're like pretty sure that your fight is good enough that you're not gonna die, and like you full send the fight, aggressive, like you take those risks and make those sacrifices because like winning the square is more than just like the square. You have no money here because of that death? Oh, right, I do remember seeing this. Oh, the death to the pot. Yeah. Yeah. The commentary like saw you like try and level, and they were, they're like, he's mouthing, "Where's my money?" Dom's laughing. Anyway, I think I missed a few things that I wanted to talk about. Actually, by a lot. There were several things I wanted to talk about. I found the Prospect Town play here kind of interesting. Like, we're going for the pot bell bearing. I mean, in a line, it's a corner square and like armor, I guess. I do think Swed's, like, we talked a lot about Shadowkeep. Like, I guess I'll do like a quick count or whatever, like Shadowkeep squares. Like, how much does being here first by a mile pay you out? Hypothetically this, but that's kind of what you're taking the delay for. I mean, that's a lot of stuff. And then how much is kind of like center of the map that like you don't really care if you're behind on Shadowkeep. It's like knights, it's horned warriors a little bit, NPC dropped weapons, armor, sort of chief bloodfiend, but not really at this point in the game. Not the value. Moonrathil. It's, I don't know. I'd be running Shadowkeep here. I wouldn't really be super interested in taking like less efficient hanging pot bell bearings, but you wanted the fastest pots here. You thought it was the most important square on the board. Yeah, I mean, the row 2 is spooky. The row 2 is spooky. The column 2 that Swed would get is whatever. And blocks top right diagonal if he does go Shadowkeep, I guess. I think if this were 2, I'd be really excited to go get 2. 3, I don't know, Prospect Town, I don't know, but that's kind of the whole vibe I had about this board. That's why I took such bad notes for this game. Is like all of these plays feel like okay. Like none of these feel like holy shit, this is so fucking incorrect, or like oh my god, this is so gigabrain. All of this just feels like sure, yeah. I mean, I can see the argument. I really can. I can't come up with like a no, you're wrong argument. Yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know. The next note I had was back kind of where we. Okay, so Tom marks the pot bell bearings here. Swed grabs the Grace, presumably for armor sets. And then he pivots and then goes loft, I think. Or wait, does he go back for the more cookbook? I can't. Let me one. The note that I left is that Swed should be upgrading here. Like there's very little left that is at risk for him. Like, does he go down or does he go up? If he goes up, yeah, he's going up. If he goes up, then there's like no reason to not upgrade because upgrading progresses as Mitch said. Like Mitch did great on commentary today, by the way. Upgrading progresses every single square on the board except this. Yes, every single square on the board except this one. So like, and this one he's like ahead on. So now is the time to probably like get his weapons set up, and then if he did in fact believe that this is his like big square, then go do that after upgrading. Do we want nuking, tomming, NPTing? I like nuking, but that one might also be like have some overlap with other folks. But I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see it, Strawberry. Mitch was obsessed with Hitless Romina this game. Hitless Romina is pretty hard. But yes, he was pretty obsessed with it. That's true. That was probably, yeah. I probably wouldn't get hung up on that if if I were him. You should have had it. The butterflies were ass. Well, Swed was beating you to it either way. So, yo, what up? Drink time. Mitch going full Chris when the screens were black on the map. I didn't notice that part, to be honest. Rot for Moonerthil's a little interesting. Is it just because like you had a rot grease and you were like, I want a grease for Moonerthil, I'll just use this one? So I feel like rot on NPCs in particular is kind of only okay. Frost doesn't proc. Like ever? Because like with the flask and stuff, and like NPCs usually die relatively quick enough before like a rot gets more than like halfway done. So it's only like I feel like a rot on an NPC is more or less equivalent to like a full poison on a boss, and like we never are all that excited about poison. Like in terms of how much actual damage it deals. Look how long this fight took. Uh, how long does rot last? It's like a minute and a half or something. Anything to speed up Moonerthil. By the way, I'm not saying that Tom is wrong here. I'm curious about it because I don't really care for rot on NPCs myself, but like I'm perfectly willing to be convinced otherwise. Oh shit! Here we go. It's amazing. It's amazing. Oh my god. If anybody is in the mood to like spill some bits, I would love to see a gigantification of that. Oh my god, that's spectacular. Rawr. Oh, that's that. Very nicely done. Oh god. All right. I left like the laziest fucking note at 24 minutes was my next note. I just said both are doing nice synergies. What were they? What were you guys doing? Okay, so Swed's doing non-merchant sorceries, base game bosses. Wait, base game bosses exist, right? Oh no, just the FSB. Has progress towards Gaius Hitless, I guess, which is kind of progress towards Mog. Tom's doing like I typically don't like these squares, but this is kind of at a critical mass. Like typically when I see like somebody go kill Jail Knight when they are kind of lacking in map, I'm kind of like got a little stank face going on. But like at this much critical mass of squares, this is probably just like completely reasonable. So like these three guys, there was something else I felt that was kind of progressed by this. I mean, like a little bit towards Mog, sorta. Maybe that was it. I mean, like 1/3 of 3 different squares is like functionally a square, I guess, in terms of progress. So like kill a jail knight, get a square. It's good value. I can't tell if I like it or not. I don't know. I don't fucking know. It's certainly valuable. But I don't know. That's why this fucking board in this shit is so hard. It's so hard to like get a good idea of like what is actually real or not, as far as like this is a real play to do. Uh this was strange. I wanted to take another look at this because I left a note about the Logre. So we go back. Are we buying stuff? Is it like part? It's not a purchase run. Okay, it's just a go kill Logre. What was ADM? The ADM was ass on this board, right? Dragons. Ram? Question mark? PK. It is more towards Mog. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Logre's correct. It seems weird because like there's so few actual NPC quote unquote dropped weapons that like yeah, I guess Logre if you don't want to kill ADM like yeah, and you don't know if it's a race like I don't know, dude. It's hard to analyze this format. It's just like so like you don't know anything. Everything looks beige. It's so beige, dude. These boards. I can't figure it out. Like all the squares that are in the middle of the map are kind of like okay, so the squares that used to be let's bring back the beginning, middle, and ends analogy. So beginning, middle, end, and like the relative size of things. So like there's only like a little chunk of beginning squares, there's a big chunk of middle squares, a big chunk of end squares, just like in the format in general. And like the kind of hybridization of this, like the squares that kind of overlap in this area are all really fucking slow. And that's kind of like what this shit is. It's let me highlight. So like this at 3, sort of this as well at 3. This at 3, this Merchant Sorceries is more of a full-on mid-game. This, like, it's just like another out of the way kind of like yeah, like the power of this, like how strong is this? How fucking buff is this pile of squares? I don't know. Like I don't know how to get a vibe on that like ever. So like basically the squares that are in like this region haven't really changed from the various notes. I guess I can just make a color that stands out a little bit more. The colors that are in this region are more or less the same as previous seasons. The squares in this portion of the game. So I feel more confident in like reading how this shit works. This is my happy place. This is my unhappy place. Because like all of this, like this is where X values and having very, very poor true early squares. Like this region, I mean, this is turning into a whole fucking mess, this whiteboard here. But like this region is devoid, and so it makes me sad. This region is more or less the same, so like this makes me happy. But this region is blah. And I don't know how to evaluate its strength. I don't know how to tell if players are making mistakes going for it. So yeah. It's tough. Tough to analyze. Did I know the Red Bear fake Fakes the grab when you were really far away? No. Wait, that's what this is? Fakes the grab? Oh, like slow grab? That looks normal to me, no? That just looks like what the grab looks like. Oh, no, I kind of see what you mean. Like, she does the like roar animation, and then it like gives her the ability to chase you a little bit while roaring. Yeah, that little extra bit. That little extra bit is news. And then Tom gets grabbed and he does this. Yeah. No, I see it. I see what you're saying. She gains the ability to chase. It's not like pump faking it or whatever. But yeah, she gains an ability to chase you, it looks like, which is interesting. Anyway, kind of back to these fucking pathetic notes. And like this is why I had such a hard time like evaluating this game. Is like this thing that we were just agonizing over for the last 5 minutes or whatever. That's the next 20 minutes. Like it's so hard to tell if like any of these plays are good or if any of them are bad, that like really they're all just mid. They're all just mid plays. And if like I guess I can spend the time trying to talk about like why it feels that way and what like would make that not feel that way that doesn't exist. Yeah, that was from that was from the match. That was from the base game match when Swed takes Tom's caves. So good. Oh man. Okay. The last note that I have here for like basically forever is until like the late game shows up, where things become a little bit more clear. Is this shit? I had a note that my little naked boy is going into fucking Rakshasa with no dragon crest. And like has not done the like hitless Gaius for the skidoo yet or anything like that. Like look at this buff bar. Look at this naked boy's ass. I'm like, just like in the Iron U Radon thing, we're courting disaster. No blue dancer either. Yeah, he also didn't like stick around to collect any of the armor sets from when he kills Jail Knight or Rakshasa. It's like I think the casters were kind of correct in losing their shit. You guys both get stars. You guys both get stars. You were both superstars today. But yeah, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. How fast do I think nuking is sped up? Twice? Twice as fast? Can you have a star? There you go. You guys were in a call watching? Hell yeah. Yeah. Into the yeah, Swed gives the thumbs up, but like hang on. This is not how you do this, by the way. Like just runs into it and running R1s. Like you need a higher poise move to break it. Like the thing that you do when you're trying to interrupt Weed Cutter is you let her like for each Weed Cutter that she does, she loses a bit of hyper armor. And once she gets to like the third rotation of it, like or about to start the third rotation, she loses enough hyper armor that like a big enough attack will knock her out of it. So then you can like just like space her out a little and then rev up a charged attack that hits her as she like finishes her final one. So like it's a little timing intensive. It does take a little bit of practice, but like that's a very common thing that people will do to break the chain. You don't go in and running R1. It's not strong enough. A lot of the time that he was doing the running R1 like into neutral was fine, but like doing it into the Weed Cutter is not. Does the lightning ram without armor make any real difference? Yeah, I mean armor makes a real difference. Like hang on, let me. Let me pull something up. This... Oh, I still have the stars. Oh my god, Fextra in your ads. These numbers are like percentage damage negation. Dragon Crest Great Shield Talisman is flat 22% damage negation. So you compare that to like the Knight Armor. Like this is half a Dragon Crest Great Shield. Armor's fucking good. Armor is very good. And like when you play with a Dragon Crest on and without a Dragon Crest on, you feel it. You feel it. Go back, Swed died to the mark. Oh, yeah. It was late in the fight, too. Leveling. Mug. Swed's going in. Mark, he checks. Rakshasa rolled out while he was looking. Rakshasa rolled out. So he's hitting. Eyes deviate right now. Right as Rakshasa rolls and revs up a weed cutter. That sucks. That's really unfortunate. You thought there was some weird math? There may be with like how all of the armor pieces come together. But I believe if like at least on base, I'm pretty sure if you have like one piece, it is exactly like you could test it, right? You could go like when you hover it, it does show you how much your percent damage negation is or something. Or like when you go into the menu. It definitely like stacks diminishingly, but like, oh god, that's all math. I'm not gonna get into that. Like diminishing returns on damage negation is still the same amount of damage negation compared to what you were going to take otherwise. It's weird. It looks like you're getting less value out of more damage negation. It's not true. I won't get into it. Like you'd have to like look up like how math works in video games with damage negation and stuff. It's good. I promise. It's good. It's like when you see, yeah, and then he dies again. So like he would have gotten out at that point, which is tough. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure. I think a decent amount of armor gets him out of one weed cutter because I'm pretty sure I've tanked like one full weed cutter before with like the Knight set and Dragon Crest and been able to get out and be like, fuck, I gotta heal. For diminishing returns on damage negation, it's usually such that the effective HP scales linearly. Yes, that is a succinct way to put it. It's like when you have diminishing returns and damage negation, it just like looks like each piece that you add, the amount of damage negation that you get looks smaller, but it is scaling your effective HP linearly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Violet Rose. Yeah. Like even though it is stacking multiplicatively, like it still works the way that you want it to. Because that's just how math works. Anyway, okay, so now we're in kind of the void of the game where I don't really know what anybody should be doing. Like, obviously, Swed should probably be killing Rakshasa. Like, yeah, that square does need to get done. He does need to get the hell out of here. Nice light load roll, though. That's really nice for getting out of the weed cutter. Tom progressing Ancient Row. Tom surely knows that Swed is here. He may have sussed out that Swed, being the occasional ghoul that he is doing this with, like, you know, a significantly underprepared setup and is having a problem. But let's see. So we're progressing here. We're progressing Romina. We're progressing Letta. We're progressing hypothetically hitless, but Mitch J may be a little too on about that. Is this that great? I mean, it's also this Helms, I suppose. I guess this is like why I kind of stopped writing notes, because like it progresses a couple things, but if you look, which like typically there's like a region in the DLC that's fucking hot, and you want to get there, and I feel like there's just not like there's just too much spread on the board. It's just like if this board were a heat map, it would be beige. Um, so like there's just like not the hot spots that we're used to seeing in the DLC. So I don't know where to point him. You just like go and the commentators were losing it during Rochelle, so yeah, I remember that. Because like again, at this point, I was basically just a viewer. I'm like, I have nothing to analyze here. I don't know what the fuck to do, or like Swed's not making a mistake by being in Rakshasa. Like he just needs to be there. Like it's super important. But like obviously, yeah, he should be wearing some armor and some Dragon Crest or whatever. And so like while he's just dying there, I have nothing new to learn from him. Tom's just getting some map. Like it's obviously correct to go and get some map somewhere. Like the like no piece of the map looks really all that much better than any other part of the map. So sure, why not this way? So really at this point I was just a viewer. I was just like, yeah, I'll sit there and like watch for the viewing experience and enjoy Dom and Mitch crashing out and like whatever. I do wish I was commentating these games though. Like these games were fucking sick. You thought South looked very good and were surprised that it took them so long to get there? Is it though? Because it's just 3 squares, one of which is pretty, or like 2 of which are kind of shitty. Dragon bosses on this board has like no value. PK is way the fuck out of the way. Lightning Ram is the only like good square. But like, yeah, sorceries too. Incants for like killing Mariga or whatever. I don't know. The thing is like if it's ever in doubt, North is always better than South. If it's like roughly even, North is better because North is where the skidoo is and North is where the money is. And like typically where the gigalate is. So like you always have insurance. Like Letta is almost certainly going to be the last square on any board. So spending your time up in the north, like progressing like the gigalate, like all that is fine. So like if it's like roughly, again, if it's roughly even, there's like 2 fucking skidoo fragments in all of the south that are like relatively convenient. And there's a goddamn cajillion in the north, so that's just better for scaling to be in the north. And there's often typically more squares than it looks because like the north is also Frenzy, the north is Hinterlands, the north is Shadowkeep, the north is Rao, the north is Rao Base, the north is Enralim. Like, by the way, Jack, your Domo background was amazing. I appreciate it. I'm glad that a lot of people were tickled by that. They marked 20 squares before going south. There really wasn't that much there. Yeah, that's yeah. I also just like it's kind of like back when we were talking about NPC drop weapons. Like, oh, maybe Tom should kill ADM to open it up, and then you look at what's down there, and it's like, I don't know, maybe just getting the quick Loger is completely fine. So I just saying fuck the skidoo. Yeah. Given how slow this format is, like in the past, I have definitely skipped skidoo from Gaius 100%. I think it's a little overkill on a lot of boards and a lot of situations. Most games in this format are not that situation. And I think like this is the big one. This is the biggest square in the DLC for maybe even all of Bingo for power scaling. Like having not enough power for Letta is so fucking shit. Like I can't think of a base game square off the top of my head that you can't do like a little underpowered. If you're a little underpowered for Letta and like say you didn't get rid of Horn Sense and like you skipped Gaius Skidoo, you're coming in at like Skidoo 7 with like a B tier weapon, like Letta's a hard stop. It's terrible. Oh, by the way, I didn't read the drink time comment. There's something deeply interesting about how much smaller square set has far less overlapping dominant regions than some of the larger square sets have. Yeah, I think because like you're more likely to. Well, I don't know. I mean, all square sets can get like kind of lopsided regions. It's just like I guess it's about like frequency or whatever. When I think like what large square sets do is sometimes you get a weird roll on the board where there's like a really strong base row play and you see players fighting in base row for like 4 or 5 squares and it makes the game feel really different. But if there's only like ever like if, in a small square set if there's only like one base row square like you're literally never going to see that behavior. Same with like the Elec River. Like there's nothing in the Elec River in this format. Swed went there this game in kind of a weird way, but like that's probably like one of 3 times we're gonna see somebody go down the Elec River in the DLC this event. Like it's just in small square sets, you typically I don't know, you just don't have that variety. Only thing in base is Gargs. Weapon type matters most for Gargs. Like if you can get a strike or like magic dealing weapon or something, then like you can do Gargs pretty fucking low juice. But like Letta's just like universally you have to be goated with the sauce with damage because there's no way to outfight Letta because it's an NPC gank fight. You can't like be good and just like beat Letta because you're just like in a slow Letta fight you're just gonna get memed and like more importantly Natan's gonna die. Natan dies in slow Letta fights. Okay, Swed freed himself from Rakshasa, grabbed the sorceries, sure, why not? Tom got his Romina. Swed also got his Hitless. Board's just kind of filling up with squares and kind of a... If Tom's still here, I don't know, like, was there a methodology that you applied to this portion of the game? Summon Ansbach for Lita. we did see Ansbach die on screen for like maybe the first time in a Bingo Brawlers match today when Raydans did it. That was pretty sick. Swed didn't grab a Grace after more cookbook. He really thought this square was really good, I guess. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't grab the Grace afterwards. Should have finished Knights here. It did look like you were kind of looking for something to do. Close out a line. But like the other thing is like, okay, so this is where Swed Psycho sends Knights just to like try and take something away from you for some reason. But like when he was doing this, I wrote in my notes like why question mark because that pushes you into like a duo square. Unless Swed was also planning to do both of those squares. Like I don't know. It's almost like he's helping you on kind of a weird board, like figure out like, hey, by the way, Tom, there's synergy over there. I'm gonna build a line to like point it out to you. But because you'd already done that for your Mog, like the Red Bear, you were like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. I'll go do that. I know I'm ahead because I did that for my Mog. So it didn't clock the Row synergy. He said it in post. Okay, that makes some sense. Yeah, that makes some sense. I mean, even if so, like if he's also not going to go Horn Warriors in Ancient Row, then it, like even if there wasn't synergy here between these guys, like Ancient Row is just a quick 2 Horn Warriors, and then you just like go Bellerot, I guess, like which isn't that bad to just kill one. I mean, Bellerot's bad, but like. It's not a huge loss of time. You don't buy yourself like 5 minutes or anything. Don't even remember that Horn Warrior near Rugalia. Yeah, I mean more or less common knowledge, I guess, among people who know. I will say like base Row is not a format that's been like deeply explored in Bingo Brawlers. We've done a lot with it in like Bingo Club events. So like a lot of us who come from that area know the shit that's in base Row and know like where to find things and stuff, but it's new to Bingo Brawlers for sure. So I'm not like super surprised that Sweat didn't know that Horn Warrior was there. I mean, the commentators didn't know. They were like, or they didn't know how close to the Grace he was. They were like, oh, he can get the two-handed sword talisman. Grins in Mitch. Two-handed sword talisman. That's like 15% damage. Wait, what happened to Tom here? What the fuck? Oh, he like aggroed him when he didn't expect to. Then gets parried, deflected perhaps? No. Still looks good. Where do we lose the sauce? Oh, the heel potentially. No? Oh, it was a deflect. No? I wonder if it's like legitimately the hammer. Like, hang on, I want to watch that again. Because this fucking hammer, you just like can't see shit because you've got a like goddamn refrigerator in your face. Like, because can he like not see the attacks properly as they're coming? Also, wait, what was that remark? Jack insults you. Strawberry jam is the most mediocre of all the jams. Pick a better jam flavor. I guess we'll go with that one. I used that one before? Oh my god. That's even worse. That's even worse. Well, fuck. God's truth right there. What else to say? Strawberry jam would fuck. I don't know. I don't want to do it. I can't. I'm so tired. Well, dog noises. Exercise break. Oh my god. This is. I can't turn the Phoebe cam. All right. I'm gonna let. Wait, are you okay? Hang on. Phoebe's coughing. Did you drink water too quickly? You all right? Okay. Let me, I guess, do those push-ups or whatever. Oh, ow, Phoebe. Ugh. All right, I thought of one. Strawberry jam has such bad taste. They probably think that Smucker's is good. All right, we'll move on. Where's my chair? There it is. Oh. All right. More just kind of square soup being marked, I guess. Or no, wait, nothing has happened. Oh, wait, Tom marked Helms. Sure, it's a square. It's a square. God damn this game, dude. What the fuck is wrong with Smuckers? Oh, my woofy. Oh, my woofy. Don't bite my... Don't... Why are you punching me in the face, you bitch? To call it mid is a compliment, yeah, I would agree. That's my cord, lady. Blah. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Down you go. That's too much biting. No biting. All right, doing the horn. Oh yeah, I saw him do something at one point that I wanted to remark on. He was, yeah, this. He's like, all right, it's Horned Warriors time. Do. Let's go to the Horned Warrior place. Let's go to the Horned Warriors RS Depot store where they sell the Horned Warriors. And he's like, wait a minute. This is when Tom realizes that there's Horned Warriors out the way of Red Bear. He's like, wait, why the fuck am I here? Like, let's just go to the duo in Rao and then head to base Rao. I remember, like, I was like about to type something and then he did it, and I was like, all right, hey, I don't need to make this note. This was the first note that I actually made in like 30 minutes. I was like, why in the hell is Swed going down the Elac River? When he went this way, I thought he was like going to Chief Bloodfiend, and then I was like, wait, what? He's going south? But like, cause like, I mean, there's not a lot of squares in the south, but there is still this dragon bosses. He does still need to go through ADM, unless he's gonna kill the Reprimand one, which maybe he could have done. I don't know. But like, this was a little wonky to me. And then he didn't get the Cerulean Grace afterwards, so it was like, yeah, I don't know. That was maybe a questionable decision. You were gonna do one Bellerot and two Rao, but decided two Ancient Rao, one base Rao was better. Yeah, most def. Most def. Also, Swed's Ram, not his favorite square, but it's like really important to go like kind of like ping pong back and forth across the lake. So he's just like sitting here waiting for a full lake rotation before he gets to take another crack. But if you, hang on, let me get the shape of the lake again. If you go from like here, take a swing as the ram's coming this way, and then cross the lake, and then take another swing as the ram's coming this way, then you get like twice as many cracks at it. This is like 2x the amount of attacks on the ram. Literally his favorite square for the trailer. Yeah, definitely. So like sitting in the middle of the lake, getting like it's finished making its turn. You get a good lineup. Take your home run swing. You whiff or it pancakes you. You go across. You do it again. You go back. Try it again. Eventually the ram dies. But like sitting where he is, he's only getting one swing per rotation. So it's good to bounce back and forth. And then, yeah, like this, like, ports out. Where are we porting out? There's a PK. It's right there. But the other thing that's weird is, like, Swed sent Tom to deal with this line. Like, he has time. He has time. Like, he's not in a rush. Like, he can go get a Grace for PK. He can go get a Grace for Bloodfiend. He could have killed ADM during this time as well. I think like, okay, this is not a criticism of Swed really. It's just like an important thing to know is like when you've done the work to send somebody to deal with something, no, like that's when you can operate at your most greedy and like fix you can like fix your map, you can fix your weapon upgrades, you can do the maximum synergy because you like know that it's safe. So, like, rushing down 2 squares as fast as you can while your opponent is otherwise occupied doesn't make a lot of sense. Versus taking more value. It's still a big improvement from him trying to use a bow. Dude, for the longest time he was saying that he would go out of his way to get a bow just to give Domo an aneurysm in like the main broadcast. I so wish he had done it, but I guess this is a pretty close game and a pretty hard matchup. It's like maybe if he's playing somebody like less experienced, maybe he would do it. Maybe he'd break that shit out. So I'd realized he skipped the Grace and didn't want to get lightning memed. What do you mean? Like after he killed the ram, he didn't want to like accidentally get hit by lightning on his way to the cerulean grace for PK, because surely he was not going to die. I mean, when the ram dies, it even gives you more flasks. Yo, catch you later, hero. Appreciate you hanging out. Good to see you. That's why he didn't cross the lake for extra hits. I mean, hypothetically, if it takes X number of hits either way to kill the ram, doing it like I guess like maybe you save yourself getting like a piece of lightning hit or whatever, but I mean the other side of the lake you don't get hit by lightning either. Like when it would only be during crossing, and if you just like cross and make sure you heal, like he's packing a lot of heals, and yeah, I don't know. I suppose. Get Domo talking about Arrow's reach talisman. Yeah, I mean Arrow's sting or whatever. Oh. This was cool. The catch flame on Red Bear. I think like the decision by Tom to go and actually look at Corrin like early on in the game so he knows what to do. Let's draw some like brain veins, shall we? This vein is so fucking brainy or veiny. Like it's really nice to do. I like to do it as well when there's like a incant square on the board, because like there's also just some incants that are just fucking good, like, and it can kind of change how you build your character. Like I've found ADLS in Corrin before, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna do a faith build this game. I'll go for the flame art. I'll go for the sacred, and then I'll just have ADLS to kill big things with, and it definitely works. Like so. I like the idea of checking Corrin early, and then when he knows that he has catch flame, he knows that he can get this synergy, rather than like if he's just randomly marking squares, yada yada yada, and that's like, okay, now it's probably time to consider doing incants because it's like one of the faster squares remaining, and then he goes and checks Corrin and it's catch flame. He would be like, shit, I could have done that on a bear. Well, fuck. Brother, the bit with you having Dom's background for the cast yesterday had you dying genuinely rubbed in your eyes like a cartoon character. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed. I had a lot of fun with that gag. I still have it. I still got it. But yeah, I'm glad so many people thought that was funny. It's just the little things. Like, what am I gonna do? I'm a green screen guy. I'm just gonna show up and just have like a green background or just like an invisible Bingo Brawlers logo or some shit. Like, nah, you gotta cook a little bit. But I appreciate that. You're afraid of Swed doing Mariga with incants. Fair. Oh, right, because of the ram. Yeah, he could just run around. Did you think he had done ADM at that point? Out of curiosity? It's like the log's got to be a hot mess of nothing. Honestly, no. Okay. Was that a Swed read just because he like runs at squares, or was that a just kind of only one square behind it? So who gives? You thought maybe he did ADM earlier? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Man, these logs in the DLC right now are hard to read. Couldn't figure out when. Yeah. Yep. Oh, this shit was tragic. I'm sure you guys talked about this a lot. Have you seen this yet, Tom? Have you seen this Shadow Tree fight? You have? Okay. This was crazy. I actually think so. I'm pretty sure he's light load here. I kind of am wondering if light load fucked him a little. I also feel like potentially choosing where to spawn him fucked him a little. Okay, actually, I'm gonna back it up. I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. So, like, when you spawn Shadow Tree Avatar, he always spawns in front of your character. So, like, wherever Sweat is like looking, I'll do it when he's like just idling. Wherever his character's looking, like right now, Shadow Tree Avatar is spawning like right here, and then he like turns his camera around or whatever, and like looks a weird way, and yeah, there it is. Lo and behold, it's back there. And like you want to line up Shadow Tree Avatar with this such that he sticks in that door that's like that you come in at to make sure that you get like the nicely spaced charged attack there. But Sweat's just kind of like meandering around, looking around and stuff, and that causes Shadow Tree Avatar to spawn in a weird way. And like this phase, like I mean, the fight is good. The fight is good and stuff. Not re-greasing. Yeah, yeah. I mean, this phase is the longest because phase 1 has the least health, and phase 3 has the biggest punish windows. This was funny. With like after the explosions and stuff where he just like limps over and you get to smack on his head for a while. So this is easily the longest phase. So anytime that you want to like buff or do something, like doing it in this phase is the most important. Sweat doesn't do the strat for some reason. For some reason, could probably be tattooed on Sweat's body somewhere. I love that man. Having a chill fight. I mean, like, all this is like very nicely done, very clean. And then, like, here is where it really starts to get wonky. So, like, where does he spawn him? He's looking this way right now. So Shadow Tree Avatar is just, like, spawning in a off-screen weird spot. Yeah, it spawns right in front of him back there. So he, like, rolls away a bunch of times. You can get a punish on the head right there before this. And then he kind of like free balls the dodge. I mean, it's like not that big a deal, but you know, gets the punishes. Very cool. And then we're charging. But okay, so here's what happens. Here's what happens. I want to back it up because this is where it is. Right now he's too close to the wall. So when Shadow Tree Avatar charges, so it turns his camera, we see that the charge like stops short here. And then like he's got like way more charge in this direction. So he actually goes like far enough away that it breaks the avatar. Like he goes that far away, and this is actually so far away that he can't charge back. It breaks his AI, and he starts doing other shit. And this is where the fight gets screwy. And then we see like the freakouts and stuff. Let me watch, because I was mostly watching Swed's fight. Let me watch Tom for this phase. So Tom's spawning him like nice and predictably in the middle, waiting for him to spawn. He'll spawn right at his feet, does a couple back steps to miss the swipe. Clean hit on the head. Doesn't do jump tech, it looks like, just vibing it or whatever. Comes up, smashes the head, smashes the head, smashes the head. Yeah, chill. Like, obviously, Tom has more damage on the avatar than Swed does. Some of that might be missing some Gaia Skidoo. Some of that might be better weapon. Grease for Swed, all that. Not having a fire wet blade or some shit, but, like... Yeah. You'd like to see me reproduce this if this is actually the issue? I mean, I could hypothetically do that. I don't know that I'm going to be, like, doing any matches today. I think like after the big weekend, people are typically brawled out for a little bit and want a bit of downtime. So I could try. Was there any other notes? The only other note that I wrote down was like ADM question mark at some point. Like basically they're just gonna like that was the game winning moment. If Swed gets... I mean, it's also, like, not even, like, lights out if Swed gets Avatar. Like, if Swed gets Avatar and Tom doesn't, we're 10 to 10. And then Tom's ahead on Bears. Jails is a wash. Tom's ahead on Letta. PK is a wash because of the skip grace. The Dragons are a wash. So, like, Swed's still in the lead on nothing. So, like, it's still up in the air, right? But, like, Tom getting that seals the game for sure. But yeah, let me fire that up. Let's see. Actually, we're gonna do two things. We're gonna do two things. Should have held red bears, probably. Yeah. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Probably not terribly long, but yeah, definitely. He might have like killed one at one point for some Mog money or something, but obviously you have the logs, so you would know. All right, so I'm gonna kill that, and I'm gonna boot up their seed. I'm gonna boot up their seed. I'm gonna check the great axe, and then we're gonna see if we can reproduce that Shadow Tree Avatar thing. You thought he would have some base row like you? I mean, the game was basically over, Brian. So why not take a look? Let me put a little note up. What board am I in, by the way? Oh, right, me getting absolutely rolled by Tom LaMail. You will give 5 subs if it's Omen Killer, Cleaver. Let's do it. Come on, baby. Papa needs a plane ticket to the finals. Or do I want a tier 3? I mean, shit. Never say no to a tier 3. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go. Let's see what we got. Should probably open Tarnish Tool as well. Wait, does Tarnish Tool... Do you need to relaunch it? When you reopen the game? Alright, so there's that long half-axe that they have. None... It doesn't fucking matter. I do still want my guy. Oh, actually, I'll take Jack Einstein, actually. Travel. Swed grabbed the axe and it was butchering. That was in the previous game. Both of them skipped great axe check in the Tom Swed game. That was the Raidan's irony or iron new. What do you got in your mouth, Phoebe? And she swallowed whatever it was. You have to drive to Alabama tomorrow. Yikers. It's a long way, presumably. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's like right next door. Let me just get some like basic shit to fight Avatar with and then we go. All right, here we go. Whee! Yo, Brian. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Wait, at tier 3? What the fuck? Dude, I really need a notification for that shit. Whoa. Oh, it's Anchor. Come on. That's close enough, right? That's close enough. I mean, it's better. It's better than the long half. I don't have YouTube memberships. That's true. I don't even know what that is, to be honest. Like, I've seen it in like the creator thing or whatever, but I don't know what that is. What is this place called? Tree Worship Sanctum? Someone in chat during the race called that? That it was gonna be Anchor. Alright, I need to actually upgrade. The value. Yo, Aladdin! Thank you so much for the $5. Holy fuck! Thank you, thank you. Thanks so much, dude. Fancy spin. We do be feeling bonita. Alright, bonita. My god, there's so many knight armors. Knight Greaves. Whoops, wrong ones, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Savage. What else? Maybe a few skidooies. Tree friend. 7, 8, 9. What? Oh, I typed 99. Whoops. Yeah, that's plenty. How do I still have this game up? Having not played anything between now and then. What do you mean? You've been busy. I've been watching. I've been watching shit. Been in the cuck chair. You don't close your apps? Oh, whetstone knife. Close your apps. Think I've got the time to reopen my... What? Vic! Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. Oh, it gave me 99 whetstone knives. Whoops. Thank you. Oh, yeah, by the way, that means the song request queue is open. From the $5. Song request queue is now open. Sheesh. Wait, do I still have the thing? Music. Does that work? No, I didn't reset. Whatever, fuck it. Song request queue is open for 5-ish, 10-ish minutes, or however long it takes me to do this. What was I doing? Fuck! I'm in my Partner Plus era. Holy shit, we've got a Zoodle plug on our hands. Thank you, Tom. Is that also a Phoebe treat? We actually met the Phoebe treat earlier today. He's also currently eating the fluff out of a toy. God damn it. Oh, Lord. You're gonna have a weird shit tomorrow, dog. Oh, no. I don't think so. Wait, fuck, I didn't want to do that. What am I doing? I gotta fix my flask. Discombobulated. Actually, let me check. Let me check just to be sure so you don't waste any pointerinos. Settings. It's shitting itself. Maybe? I don't know. I don't think so. If it fucks up, I'll do it for you. I swear that used to work. Ow. Did it work? There it goes. Oh, I need to pay attention. We're here for science. gotta actually get to the part of the fight with the science. Yeah, this is a Spotify song request. Aftershock, ridiculous. Yeah, sure. Or actually, might be a little busy tomorrow. Maybe Tuesday. Got a lot of things I have to actually do tomorrow. Alright, sounds good. And then you can tell me how the fuck we do our taxes. It'll be an even trade. Okay, so this is how you do it, this part normally. Send him into the door. I missed. But okay, so let me try and do what Swed did. He was like roughly here and spawned him like roughly here, I think. Alright, now I gotta get him to charge, actually. I kind of forgot about that part. I'll just stall until he does. He'll do it eventually. Here we go. Oh, I was missing a piece. I was missing light load. It's gonna get me killed. Also probably spawned him a little too close to the wall. Ow. I was curious if that would work. It didn't. What? Guess I need some Shadow Tree Avatar practice. I have Dragon Crest on right now. It's right here. And here we go. I don't know why the fuck he did that. hang on. Let me turn on no death. Like, I'll stop cringing. There we go. I suppose I could also just turn on one shot to get him into the phase. But my ego. Get rid of this notification. Elbozo. Okay, so somewhere... there's a tree here now. Somewhere around, like, here. Oh, right. Fucking... Quality testing we're doing here. Oh, that... I'm hitting the wrong button. I can't Elden Ring right now, actually. Get out of my way. Alright, turn off one shot before I forget. Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. There we go. No, 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 I misclicked. Okay. Okay. Get close to the wall. I didn't steer him into the wall properly. Yeah, I didn't do it. Shit! Yeah, this is harder to reproduce than I thought it would be, to be honest. I thought this would be, like, relatively, consistent. It's making me feel worse and worse for Swed, the harder this is to reproduce. Turn off one shot. Get in position. Okay, I just need to not angle him into the door this time. Come on, dude. Go this way. Now do the charge. Please! Is he close enough to the wall? Do I need to hit you one more time or something? Does that give you anything? Nope. Come on. Okay, he's in an okay spot. Any day now, brother. Buh. There we go. All right. Sweat got unlucky. That was pretty much the same fucking thing. Damn. That was maximum sad. Didn't get an Omen Killer, but did get Rusted Anchor, by the way. Did get Rusted Anchor. And yeah, Sweat got boned. I'm pretty sure it is still distance. I feel like his dude just went further than mine did. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm incorrect. Anyway, dude, Sweat is playing bingo right now. What an absolute animal. All right. I am very, very tired. I'm gonna be calling it for today. I'll be well, let me raid you guys over to. We'll go to Ray Dan's for the win. He's also doing some review. So if you were enjoying some review, you'll enjoy it over there with Mr. Ray Dan's. Appreciate all the subs and stuff. Like, goddamn, what a randomly generous day. Thank you guys so much. What a wonderful weekend. I got the chance to cast. The games were spectacular. Oh man. Only Blight was getting smoked by Tom when I didn't want to play and I was tired. That's the only Blight on the weekend. Once again, thank you so much for hanging out and for all the support. I appreciate it so much. Day off tomorrow. I'll be back on Tuesday. I gotta get me some Bingus games under my belt. I wanna play. I wanna kick some booty. I gotta get back in shape. Make sure these guys are getting good practice or they're gonna lap me. All right. Enjoy Raidans. Bye. I'll be back. Catch you later. Peace.